Okay, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Can we please start with the presentation? Okay, so allow me to present a brief overview of the second Bangsamoro Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Okay, as per the outline of the presentation, this will cover three areas, namely the background, rationale, and process. Okay, I'm a bit in a hurry because I'm adjusting the presentation to fit into 10 minutes as per advice. Okay. So, and then the second is the overall development framework, and third, the sectoral chapters that compose the plan. Okay, so I will not tackle the number 4 or the BDP updating as it is currently an ongoing process. As per background, next slide, the second BDP was formulated to guide regional development efforts for the period 2023 to 2028, or 6 years. It builds upon the gains of the first Bangsamoro Development Plan 2020 to 2022, responding to emerging challenges, including economic recovery, service delivery gaps, climate resilience, and the continuing transition of the Bangsamoro government. Next slide is the legal basis. Yes. The BDP formulation was anchored on the Memorandum Circulars number 0059 and 0092 series of 2022. These issuances mandated the preparation of the second BDP and defined guidelines for coordination, consultation, and compliance with national and regional planning standards. Now let us see the structure of the second BDP. It is composed of 14 chapters, okay, which include which ensure that development is comprehensive, well coordinated, and forward-looking. Next slide. These are the sectoral committees. The Bangsamoro Development Plan was crafted through a whole sector approach, led by the Bangsamoro Economic and Development Council, or BEDC, through its sectoral committees. We are all familiar with the Development Administration Committee, Economic Development Committee, Infrastructure Development Committee, Social Development Committee, and the Peace, Public Order, Safety, and Security Committee. Together, they ensure that each sector's priorities and strategies were aligned and harmonized. These committees were supported by the BPDA as the BEDC Secretariat. Then, on the next slide is the planning standards and principles. The Bangsamoro Development Plan is guided by the following: the BOL, the moral governance principles, and evidence-based strategic planning. In continuation, next slide, the preparation of the second BDP also followed a whole sector approach, highly consultative process involving ministries, LGUs, civil society, the private sector, and development partners, as shown on the slide. As you can see, there were 29 BARMMOAs, or a total of 651 total attendees, both male and female. These processes ensure that the plan is grounded in law, informed by data, aligned with broader regional development directions, and reflective of the aspirations of the Bangsamoro people. Let me now proceed with the second Bangsamoro Development Framework. Next slide. Okay. Next. The Bangsamoro Development Framework outlines the government's strategic thrust and priorities. It also defines the region's medium-term direction, including its vision, mission, goals, and overall strategies. For now, let me emphasize the overall goal to have an empowered, cohesive, and progressive Bangsamoro. Please familiarize yourself with those oblongs, colored oblongs, or is that circle? Okay, as we will delve deeper into this later. The Bangsamoro Development Plan is also founded on 6 overarching goals that collectively aim to guide the region towards lasting peace, inclusive development, and good governance. It also rests on the pillars of moral governance, the ones on the sides, and the framework seeks to transform governance culture and ensure that public institutions operate with integrity and responsiveness. Then on the next slide is the enhanced 12-point priority agenda. The BDP aligns with the enhanced 12-point priority agenda of the BARMM In the first BDP, we also had a 12-point priority agenda. Then these were enhanced in this second BDP. Next slide, let us look into the alignment with regional, national, and global priorities. There was a deliberate effort to ensure that the second BDP is vertically aligned to the 8-point priority agenda of the Marcos administration, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, and the Global Sustainable Development Goals, also SDGs. This alignment ensures that regional development is harmonized with the national priorities and contributes to the global development commitments. Next slide, the BDP goals. Now, let me walk you through the 6 development goals of the second BDP and show how each one connects to our central agenda, the vital role of sustainable energy in advancing BARMM's development. Goal 1 emphasizes the creation of a stable, just, and accountable Bangsamoro government. This includes building an efficient bureaucracy, strengthening development planning systems, ensuring responsive legislative agenda, and promoting inclusive governance. These institutional foundations are essential for all our infrastructure and energy initiatives. By grounding our efforts in sound governance, we create the enabling environment necessary for policy on energy security to be crafted, implemented, and sustained in the long term. Goal 2 focuses on building an equitable, competitive, and robust BARMM economy. This includes 9 sectoral objectives, such as increasing agricultural productivity and tenurial security, strengthening food security systems, promoting investments, trade and industry, and others. Energy is essential here. Agri-processing, cold storage, logistics, trade, and tourism all depend on reliable, affordable electricity. Economic diversification and productivity hinge on improved energy systems. Goal 3 focuses on building peaceful, safe, and resilient communities across the Bangsamoro. Energy plays a critical role in maintaining public order, from powering communication systems and security checkpoints to supporting disaster preparedness and emergency response units. A stable and reliable energy supply also contributes to reducing vulnerability in isolated and conflict-affected areas, where limited electricity often hinders basic services and community development. By improving energy access, we strengthen the foundations of peace and help sustain the gains of the peace process. Goal 4 highlights the improvement of access to education, health, nutrition, and poverty reduction initiatives, while Goal 5 emphasizes the preservation and promotion of Bangsamoro culture, heritage, beliefs, and identity. When energy is scarce, the delivery of essential social services is severely hindered. Thus, energy security is not only an economic issue. And Goal 6 focuses on building strategic, adequate, and climate-resilient infrastructure. This includes transport systems, water infrastructure, digital connectivity, and energy systems. Under this, energy security, the one highlighted, is recognized as one of the indispensable pillars, as a region cannot truly progress without an energy plan that is reliable, sustainable, and responsive to the needs of its people. These 6.1 to 6.5, are the sectoral outcomes under the Goal 6. The Bangsamoro Development Plan, next slide, identifies 4 subsectoral outcomes under the sectoral objective 6.3. So as you can see, subsectorals 3.1 to 6.3.4 contribute to the sectoral outcome of 6.3. And this 6.3 contributes to the development goal of number 6. Okay. 6.3.1, sufficient and reliable electric power industry established. This refers to strengthening the entire power supply chain, from generation, transmission, and distribution to regulation and management. 6.3.2, household electrification level improved. Many communities in the BARMM still experience low electrification rates, as also shown in the earlier presentations. Through the plan, we aim to ensure that even remote islands and geographically isolated areas have access to stable energy. 6.3.3, exploration and development of energy resources and facilities. The BARMM has a great potential for renewable and non-renewable energy, including solar, biomass, hydro and petroleum resources. And 6.3.4, energy institutions established, improved, and harmonized. Effective energy governance requires capable institutions, coordinated policies, and clear intergovernmental mechanisms. These outcomes collectively support the energy-secure Bangsamoro, one that is able to meet growing demand while advancing sustainable development. In relation to this, one of the major milestones in the region's energy development was the signing of petroleum service contracts in Mapun, Tawi-Tawi, recently this October. This event signals the start of a more systematic exploration of oil and gas deposits within the Bangsamoro Seas. The initiative is not merely about resource extraction, but about generating employment, spurring economic activities, and strengthening regional autonomy, and positioning BARMM as a key contributor to national energy supply. And next slide is the strategies to improve energy security. The BDP outlines 3 primary strategies for achieving improved energy security. 1, ensure effective management of the electric power industry. This includes enhancing power distribution services, reducing system losses, ensuring adequate supply, and improving coordination among power stakeholders. 2, pursue exploration, development, and utilization of your renewable and non-renewable energy resources. Because the region's rich solar potential, biomass resources, and petroleum prospects must be strategically harnessed to support long-term energy independence. And 3rd, promulgate enabling policies and institutions as a strategy. A stable policy environment encourages private sector investments and strengthens intergovernmental cooperation. Collectively, these strategies aim to create an energy sector that is resilient, sustainable, and aligned with the broader development vision of the BARMM. And still articulated in the 2nd BDP are the priority policy and legislative agenda. To sustain and institutionalize energy development, the BDP proposes several legislative and policy measures. There is the creation of a full Ministry of Energy for the BARMM, as this aims to provide focused leadership, regulation, and oversight for the entire energy sector, and establishment of the Bangsamoro Power GOCC. And this government-owned corporation shall oversee electrification efforts, power generation and regulatory functions, and the creation of IEB, and also its strengthening. So I have been listening to the presentations earlier, and I have seen that some, if not most, of the strategies and these policy measures that were mentioned in the BDP actually have been materialized. And to think that the 2nd BDP, 2023 to 2028, is just in its midterm of implementation. So in closing, energy security is central to the future of the Bangsamoro. A reliable and sustainable energy system powers industries, support communities, enhances government services, and contributes to lasting peace and prosperity. That would be all for my presentation. Shukran.
For this panel session, allow me to introduce the panelists. Our first panel member, Mr. Michael Seno Cruz, is currently the Director of the Energy Policy and Planning Bureau of the Department of Energy. He supervises the formulation and updating of the Philippine Energy Plan and regional provincial energy plans and programs covering major islands and provinces, including the energy demand and supply outlook. He likewise oversees the conduct of policy research and studies in the international cooperation undertakings of the department and on matters relating to climate change and energy resiliency. He had worked with the Asia-Pacific Energy Research Center based in Tokyo, Japan, and as a senior researcher or energy economist for more than 3 years. His primary involvement was in the formulation of the APEC Energy Demand and Supply Outlook, specifically handling energy investment, renewable energy in the Philippines Energy Outlook. He was also designated as a project coordinator for the APEC Oil and Gas Security Initiative, covering the conduct of research and studies and simulations exercises on oil and gas supply disruptions and emergencies. He likewise spent his career in the academe with more than 10 years of teaching experience handling economic subjects. He is currently a special lecturer of the Department of Economics of San Beda University. Our second panel member, BPDA Director General Engineer Muhajirin Ali, heads the region's Socioeconomic Planning and Policy Coordinating Authority, the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority. He has led the agency's efforts in supporting and guiding the Bangsamoro government's development agenda toward inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Michael Seno-Cruz and BPDA Director General Muhajirin Ali. Allow me also to introduce the moderator for this panel session. Widely regarded as Mindanao's premier investment champion, he has spent the greater part of his distinguished government career advocating for Mindanao as a dynamic hub for trade, investment, and inclusive development. He currently serves as the Deputy Executive Director of the Mindanao Development Authority, the Philippine government's lead agency for coordinating and promoting integrated development of Mindanao. His broad roles include overseeing implementation of MINDA programs to boost Mindanao's competitiveness and economic viability as an investment destination, including initiatives around the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BAMP-IAGA. He has been at the forefront of MINDA's energy transition and sustainability agenda, spearheading advocacy efforts and resource mobilization to accelerate renewable energy development, particularly in off-grid and underserved communities. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mindanao Development Authority Deputy Executive Director, Assistant Secretary Romeo Montenegro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sobrang tahimik, either busog, sleepy, or kailangan ng coffee. I think sumobra tayo ng chair, patanggalan natin ng isa. So let this be a very interesting discussion, just like the buzz, minus the juicy chismis. A very interesting discussion in terms of what we had heard the entire morning. And this afternoon in terms of the Bangsamoro development plan and of course the Bangsamoro sustainable energy management energy master plan. Very important documents that we'd like to dive into this afternoon as to whether or not we see the specific alignment of this all the way to the overall Philippine energy plan, as well as in terms of development, the Philippine Development Plan. Because as far as MINDA is concerned, we're definitely looking at the interconnection and the interplay of the national priorities and trusts and strategies to what we are pursuing in Mindanao, and then drilling down into the very contextualized situation of the Bangsamoro region. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Romeo Montenegro of the Mindanao Development Authority. This is one of the few times that I'm here on stage with a reversed role as a moderator and not as a panelist or speaker. And so what a relief to be the ones firing the hard questions rather than the one answering them. And so I may be firing the hard questions to our panel members, of course, DG Ali and Director Mike. Backstory, sometime around late 2016 to early 2017, in the course of our discussion under the Mindanao Power Monitoring Committee, or MPMC, which was cited earlier by Secretary Magno and reinforced by Secretary Sharon Garin. MPMC, if you recall, way back in between period of 2010 to 2015 was our dark days in Mindanao with rotating brownouts, 400 megawatts supply shortfall, 4 hours in many areas, 6 hours, 2 to 3 hours in Davao, 13 hours in General Santos, 13 hours in Zamboanga area. But while we were shouting inconvenience and economic losses because of that supply shortfall and brownouts, our brothers and sisters in Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and Basilan are laughing at us because all their lives, brown out ang kanilang sitwasyon. because of the lack of electricity or electrification in those areas. Fast forward to where we are today, 400 megawatts supply deficient 10 years ago for a peak demand of Mindanao of only 1,600 megawatts. Today, our peak demand in Mindanao is already 2,600. We topped it at 2,659 megawatts in July or August of this year. So we grew by 1,000 megawatts in a span of 10 years. That's 100 megawatts every year. That represents about 7 to 11% of annual growth rate in Mindanao. And if you could imagine the mushrooming of hotels, malls, property sector, expansion of agribusiness, manufacturing, for instance, then that definitely will require us to add more capacity between now and 2030. Because take out your phones, take a video of me, I guarantee you, if no new capacities will be built in Mindanao for the next 5 years, by 2030, we will go back to where we were in 2010, rotating brownouts in Mindanao. That's why we had a reversed fortune of supply deficit of 400 megawatts 10 years ago to an excess of, what, 800 megawatts today, and we supply and export 400 megawatts to Visayas and Luzon. Yun nga lang, bumababa, because I've always been stressing, the excess we have is time relative. Excess siya today, but hindi siya excess tomorrow. At the rate of our economic growth in Mindanao, which is moving at a rate much faster than the national average across all 17 regions or 18 regions in the Philippines. Mindanao regions posted that especially BARMM had demonstrated in the last 5 years an economic growth that we have not seen in the last several decades. And definitely, ang translation ng economic growth is demand for electricity. And so, therefore, we can only today export, nandito sa NGCP, sila ang transmission highway natin, export 200 megawatts to Visayas and Luzon, because if we sell all 400, we will be in yellow alert in Mindanao already. So imagine next year, next year, 2028, 2029, if no new capacities are added, then definitely we will go into red in that particular scenario. So pag nangyari yun, let's get a stone, ipupok natin sa ulo because we have not learned our lessons of the 2010. And so this afternoon's discussion definitely takes us to that way forward, especially in the VARMM, which is of a different context. And so, with that discussion, in 2016, 2017, we proposed to DOE, pwede ba tayong mag-collaborate to come up with a Mindanao Energy Plan? And so, we worked with the team of Director Mike. And in 2017, late 2017, that was launched. The first ever that there was or there is such document called as Mindanao Energy Plan. That for the first time, the national government and Mindanao agencies have been able to work together and find the way forward in terms of charting the kind of energy future we want for Mindanao. And then after that, we propose BARMM is a different context. Can we come up also with a BARMM energy plan? We had discussions. We were supposed to start doing that. Tinap si UP professor, Prof. Wally, to be among the team to do that. Nagka-pandemic, kaya na-move yung timeline to do the Bangsamoro energy plan. But fast forward, finally pumasok si UNOPS and then made all of this possible. And this is where we are today, discussing whether or not, how do we translate this plan to its actual implementation moving forward. And so, may I now move directly to the Q&A portion. Director Mike, how are you seeing the Philippine Energy Plan actually translated into contextualized implementation insofar as the Bangsamoro context?
Okay, thank you, Asekyo. So, we prepared the national framework for the country, which is the Philippine Energy Plan, and we do set the targets under this Philippine Energy Plan, which should be cascaded down to at the regional level. Although our concern would be how these targets will be adopted and implemented at the regional level. That's our main concern. And we welcome this the development because my initial intention before is to do regional plan to come up with the national plan. It's a bottom up. But with limited manpower, limited time, we were not able to do the Visayas and Luzon. Although nagawa namin yung the Mindanao area. And as mentioned earlier by Sekio, we were supposed to do the Mindanao and BARMM because we cannot separate BARMM from Mindanao grid when we talk of electricity. Okay. And cascading this to at the regional level, for instance, at the RE target, we need to look at our, what's this, the green energy auction. Dapat tinitignan namin that this green energy auction, dapat meron din sa Mindanao. Because we need to spread out this target that each major island should also support and provide the necessary RE capacity, no, to reach the 35%. Although from the green energy auction 1 to 4, we see that we can meet the 35%. Provided that all these capacities should be completed and operational by 2030. That's the major concern. Normally, it's a delay. And normally, we do have a problem on congestion sa ating transmission. That should also be addressed. And ang kagandahan lang, we already completed the SGGP. It took us more than a year to do that because mahirap including the Mindanao Island, looking at the congestion, looking at the upgrades that we need, even the substations that we need to also to consider, no, in this plan. So after completing this plan, so we are just reviewing it, and then we'll conduct the public consultation by February, and then we'll release the plan by March. And this plan will be submitted to NGCP, and NGCP should do the implementation plan for this SGGP. So may time frame ang completion ng mga transmission networks because we need to avoid the stranded asset. Kasi if you're going to look at the lead time, ito yung lagi ko yung sinasabi, the lead time for the transmission projects or networks to be in place around 7 to 10 years. Mahirap yung kasi parallel. Dapat it should be constructed earlier, 7 years earlier or 10 years earlier than the power generation projects to come in on that as scheduled. So ang problema namin is on cascading these targets up to regional level. And ang kagandahan lang, meron tayong Minda, meron tayong BARMM, but when it comes to other regions, meron kang RDC. But the RDC, there's no committee on energy. Except for the Region 4A, that Region 4A created a subcommittee on energy. But the rest of the other RDCs, walang subcommittee on energy. Energy is just part of the infra. So, yun lang.
Dr. Mike, before I go to DG Ali, a quick follow-up on our target of 35% by 2030. Although in Mindanao, medyo mas ambisyoso ang taga Mindanao with targeting 50-50 energy mix by 2030. But we always emphasize context and disclaimer, which I'm not sure, or I don't know how is it being integrated as well in the assumptions of the national. We will arrive at 35% by 2030 by adding this X megawatts of capacity from renewable energy. Assuming there are no new expansions of fossil technology, such as coal, for instance, because that is exactly what we are trying to monitor in Mindanao. Because even if we accelerate renewable energy, if expansion of existing coal-fired capacities also zooms past the RE acceleration, then we will go nowhere in terms of our 50-50 because aakyat ang fossil contribution to our grid. Our assumption in Mindanao is the current indicative and committed projects, as soon as they get developed and kicking in power to the grid, and then no new expansion of existing coal-fired capacities, then we will hit our 50-50 target. Is that the same assumption at the national scale?
Yes, the same assumption at the national level. For instance, although the moratorium is still in effect, no, but we do issue some exemptions, but only for own use. Okay. But for the own use, there is a we are still discussing. Although you for own use, you can still put up a coal power plant. For instance, for the mining, because the mining they need a reliable source of power, and they look at coal as one of the major or that can provide a reliable source for power. But there's a conditions, no? And initial discussions within the DOE is that, okay, we will allow you to put up coal power plants for own use, provided by 10 years. You need also to submit to us a transition plan. So you put up a coal power plant for your own use, but it's the condition is 2050 or 20 years, whichever comes first, no? 20 years or 2050. Dapat wala na yung coal mo, own use, dapat by 2050 or after 20 years, nag-shift ka na or nag-transition ka na to clean. So ito yung mga discussions sa amin within the Department of Energy. But the committed projects, kasi ano na yan the investors already spent money. So we cannot prevent them from to proceed, no, with the project. Although we see that some committed projects all thinking of shifting from coal to gas. May mga ganon, may mga cases. But we are just talking here of 2027 that there will be additional coal, or 2028. Hopefully, some of the investors will convert the project from coal to gas. Now, depending on because we do have excess terminals right now, because the LNG terminals can fuel around 8,000 megawatts of gas. So we are just talking of the existing around 4,000, I think 4,200 to 4,500. So we still have 3,500 that we can accommodate for additional gas.
Thank you, Director Mike. I think one silver lining here is that most banks right now, especially the international ones, are averse to financing fossil technology. Of course, they need to align with the ESG and the global shift towards low carbon economy. But we'll get back to you on that, Director Mike. DG Ali, BDP is now midway into its implementation and is also going through an updating. How crucial is the energy integrated into the BDP?
Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, like the national government, we also trigger for the past how many months the midterm review for our second BDP 2023 to 2028, and definitely energy is very crucial. No, if you talk of development, even in other areas and even in the entire country, energy is the primary requirement. You cannot talk of any investment without energy. And for us, I always share this to my colleagues and my principal. These two things that is very, very important that has to be in place. No? One of which is the energy, and then the second is the sustainable supply of water. Without these two things, I think that there is no point of discussing huge investment in every area. That is why we are very, very, very interested and concerned about the status of the energy in the BARMM as a whole, especially in the island and even in the mainland. It's not so much of the source, no? The generation, especially with the technology that we have right now, the WSM. Any companies or distribution facilities can easily buy electricity at the WSM. But the problem really that we are now really encountering, with the exception of Cotabato City, generally in other areas, is the distribution, right? We have challenges on this, especially on the management of the institution in charge. So these are the things that we are really looking into on how we overcome. Because in the event that you will not be able to address the distribution, so you cannot solve the problem of electrification community by community, right? So with this, we are also very happy with the coming in of Aboitiz in Cotabato City, because it's really a positive development on our side, especially right now that we are currently discussing the expansion, hopefully, of their area within Central Mindanao. So with that, and looking up the second BDP right now, it seems that we are really on track from the strategies that we need to undertake, leading to the priority legislation or institution that has to be established in support of the energy for the BARMM. If you try to look at the platforms that we have right now, and this is one thing that we're very happy because we have a very good coordination and relationship with the Department of Energy. They have been assisting us for so many years already. In fact, we have a lot of concrete actions already undertaken, and even at the level of the oil and gas, we just recently have the awarding of the service contracts in Sulu. And with the unique nature of BARMM, where we have these intergovernmental mechanisms, again, it really helps us a lot on the aspect of the Intergovernmental Energy IEB board, where we discuss closely with the DOE how best we could approach the energy concern of BARMM, and that includes the power and electrification. And in fact, we just learned during the past series meetings that even the franchise is not monopoly of certain cooperatives. Government can issue multiple franchise, and this is what we learn right now. So we are now exploring this in the areas that we have right now, and hopefully we could extend it to the interested private sectors so that we could eventually address the issue of electrification in BARMM. And I'm also very happy to see my colleagues in BARMM, especially the MPs, because one of the things that we also need to put in place is the GOCC for energy. And we have proposed, I think, an Energy Development Corporation ready in the Parliament right now. And just a few months ago, we have this committee hearings in Manila, and I was one of the invited. And I was also happy that I learned so much in that committee hearings, and we were able to fully understand how GOCC is being established. And two ways, through the institutions that addresses the GOCCs in the entire coury. I forgot. Yeah,
the Governance Commission.
Right? And then the other one is through enactment of law. So I really suggest during that committee that because of that, it would be very easy for us to establish, because it's enactment of law, so meaning it would only reach to the level of the chief minister to approve the law. Because the concern before was, would that be elevated to the national, even to the president? So we were able to understand fully that no, if it is a law, then it's only the parliament could already establish the GOCC. So it's very crucial for us, because any huge investment in the long term, we need a GOCC for the BARMM to deal with our energy sector, for instance. So this is how very important the energy we are looking into. In fact, we have already piloted on the issue of generation of renewable. In the Lanao del Sur, we're looking into 3 projects for mini hydro projects, LGU-led. I asked one of my colleagues in DOE if there is a national experience on generation of electricity through renewable, which is led by LGU, and he informed me that there is in Luzon. So I already talked to the in charge in Menre that we need to benchmark that. We need to look into the existing practice, because we have pending, and hopefully it would be in place next year, inshallah. The 3 mini hydro projects in Lanao del Sur, and 1 in Basilan for a solar farm. And again, Boss, I was also very interested on Cebu to Sitangkay.
Yes, the highway.
See, you're right, right. So we have also an existing in Cebu to Sitangkay, and we are dealing with it right now. It's been 5 years already since the project was finished. But again, operationally, we have challenge in how to operationalize the solar farm in Sitangkay. No? Sitangkay is the Venice.
The Venice of the South.
South. See, they use two currencies in Sitangkay. They use Philippine and Malaysian ringgit. See, so that's how in terms of economic status, that's how stable the people there. What they need is
Electricity.
energy and sustainable supply of water. And I'm sure if they will be able to overcome this, it would be a huge tourist destination for the BARMM in the next couple of years. So again, this is how important the energy is. We could not talk about huge investment without energy.
Thank you, DG Ali. And you may note there are many aspects of mechanisms under the national government and BARMM intergovernmental relations. But the energy mechanism is one of those most dynamic and the one that had been able to work out several milestones already. Ang energy mechanism between national government and BARMM. And you note that the very strong coordination, complementation of national government, DOE, and MENRE of BARMM demonstrate that this is the way forward for all other very important aspects of the BARMM's transformation. And so it's interesting to note na ang pinakakailangan for us to see progress possible in BARMM at an accelerated pace, electrification and energy. And then when this is sorted out, then we can expect investments to flourish in many of these areas, especially in terms of value adding in many of the agricultural products. More than half of the agricultural products from Mindanao, where 40% of the country's food trade is contributed by, come from the Bangsamoro region. Philippines is number 4 in the world in terms of bananas. A large part of this come from the BARMM. Philippines is number 4 in the world in terms of seaweeds. More than half of this come from Western Mindanao, particularly in Tawi-Tawi area. Yun nga lang, road ride seaweeds ship out to Tacloban and Cebu. Tacloban and Cebu does the processing and exports this. So the ones who earn the dollar-denominated revenues out of export of seaweeds are taga-Tacloban and taga-Cebu. Ang seaweeds farmers sa Tawi-Tawi, subsistence level lang ang income nila. Kasi nga, walang electricity, walang water. But with these projects now being put forward, and let me plug also, for Cebu to and Sitangkay, after coming up with that 1.6 megawatts hybrid, another project is coming in funded by Adaptation Fund, a $10 million level 3 water system for Cebu to and Sitangkay, which not only will provide safe, potable water for every household, but also water to value add the seaweeds. Because ang target natin, si Tawi-Tawi, especially Cebu to and Sitangkay, will later on become processors and exporters themselves already, rather than traders lang or sellers lang of road ride seaweeds. Thank you for that, DG. And let me go back to Director Mike in terms of what gaps so far have you seen in terms of implementation of these energy strategies, especially in the context of Mindanao, and then drilling down a bit further into the BARMM area, where I'm glad to note, because in the many fora, discussion about electric cooperatives in the BARMM is always the biggest elephant in the room. But DG Ali brought it out in the open already na yes, if we wanted to solve a problem, we should be able to recognize that there is one. And then in BARMM, in terms of electrification, challenge talaga natin yung electric cooperatives. The financing troubles that they had been going through that needs a way forward. Otherwise, ang term kanina ni Secretary Garin, parang vicious cycle lang ang mangyayari eventually. I-write off mo today, and then only to have another balloon of deficit tomorrow. And therefore, we're glad that this time around, BARMM is looking at strategically on this in terms of the way forward. Director Mike, green energy auction is into fifth na nga, di ba? The fifth one was solar plus storage or with storage. Fourth yun. Yun lang, just like the way we tracked it in the feed-in tariff. You know, more than 10 years ago, unang inintroduce yung feed-in tariff. It's a guaranteed rate for solar, for hydro, for biomass, so that it becomes attractive for private sector to come in. Yun nga lang, when this was rolled out more than 10 years ago in 2012, if I'm not wrong, Mindanao only has 3% availment. The rest is Visayas and Luzon. Yet, in our electricity bills, kung titingnan ninyo, 25 centavos per kilowatt hour fit all, nagbabayad tayo, same as how much is being paid in Luzon and Visayas. Yet, in Mindanao, only 3% of that feed-in tariff availment had been taken advantage of. That was the reason why back in 2016, we asked DOE, Secretary Cusi at that time, kung pwedeng i-extend sa Mindanao. Kasi magsasara na ang feed-in tariff at that time eh. And then fortunately, our recommendations were heard in extend nationally, hindi lang sa Mindanao. Up until ngayon, pumasok si Green Energy Auction. Yun nga lang, ang nakikita natin ngayon sa Green Energy Auction, ang tamlay sa Mindanao. Walang nagbibid forward-looking that we will build this project to be delivered to Mindanao. Any sense on that, Director Mike?
Okay, thank you. Ang planning kasi natin is sequential ang planning natin. So we do first the generation planning, and then after which we do the transmission planning. Okay. So mas maganda kasi we'll try to do the interactive planning wherein parallel generation and transmission. Bakit ko sinabi yun? No? Mga RE is some RE technologies, no, are site-specific, except solar, except biomass. So the rest site-specific. Pag nilagay mo yan doon sa not identified that there is already existing network, stranded capacity yan. Okay. We do have installation targets, no, based sa PEP, even up to Mindanao. The GEA, including the Green Energy Auction, dapat is, although we need to discuss this within the Department of Energy, whether to do a auction by major island. Okay. Looking at the RE zone, para wala tayong stranded capacity. Meaning sa RE zone kasi we already identified the areas wherein there's no need for us to upgrade yung transmission. No? And when I was with the Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, I did some research there with regard to specifically on the variable RE. For developing countries like the Philippines, the maximum limit without any improvement that we can accommodate variable RE, only 20%. For the developing countries, it could be 40 to 50%. So this is on the assumption that wala kang gagawing upgrades doon sa transmission network. Okay. The 50-50 target ng Mindanao, it's okay, no? But ang question doon is, would there be available transmission network for us to realize this 50-50 RE? Remember that I mentioned earlier, we are currently the planning process na ginagawa natin is sequential. So generation muna, from generation, saka tayo gagawa ng transmission. And I also mentioned earlier that the transmission should be put in place first. 7 years, kasi ang lead time niya 7 years or 10 years, dapat nandun na yung transmission network bago tayo magtayo. Rather than nagtayo tayo, saka hintayin natin yung transmission network, ay matagal ho yun. So ito yung mga tinitignan ng mga innovation that we need to do. Although mahirap ang interactive planning, matagal. Kasi sabay yun eh. Although in our generation planning, we do also look at the nodal, mga by nodes. Pero hindi namin nakikita yung merong constraints sa transmission network. May congestion, yung substation, kailangan pala na magtayo ka ng another substation o upgrade yung mga transformer, among others. So yun, nakita doon sa transmission plan na ginawa namin ngayon. So hopefully we can do that. Yun ang nagiging missing link. Kaya minsan, sabi ko nga, medyo hit the brake muna tayo on the RE. Baka kasi, okay, we develop more RE, pero hindi naman natin may bato. Kasi wala tayong transmission network.
Thank you. It's good that you pointed that out, Director Mike, because it's been said there is no transition without transmission. Meaning to say, kailangan yung ating mga highways ready. Ang simple analogy na in-emphasize namin always sa ating power situation ngayon in Mindanao, it's just like our highways. Nagkakaroon na tayo ng traffic kasi volumes of cars ang dami. And then pagdating sa bridge, 2 lane lang ang bridge, and then magpo 4 lanes na naman siya. Pagdating sa unahan, 2 lanes na naman ang bridge, so may congestion. Ganun din ang ating power situation. 2,400 megawatts of coal-fired capacity was injected to the Mindanao grid in the last 6 or 7 years. Kaya nga, nag-accelerate din si NGCP in terms of expanding our transmission line from 169 to 236. Nakaya nila. Sino ang hindi nakahabol? Electric cooperatives. That's why it's ironic today that we have excess in Mindanao, may surplus. Pero bakit may brownout? Maraming lugar sa Mindanao today may brownout. Power interruption, although not brownout na matagalan, but interruption lang. Why? Because it's because of low voltage. Meaning to say, fluctuation. Kaya nga, in-emphasize namin, kung sa tubig, malakas or mababa ang pressure, may tubig pa rin. It's just a matter on how long does it take to fill the glass with water. Sa kuryente, there's no such thing. It has to be a stable frequency. Otherwise, pag nag-fluctuate yan, then mag-cause ng trip-off and then brown out in some areas. That is what is happening in many of our electric cooperatives today. It is not a power supply problem, but a transmission problem, especially our electric cooperatives. And tamang pinuntot ni Director Mike, kahit merong investor gustong magpatayo, embedded in an electric cooperative para hindi nadadaan sa transmission line, embedded na para may energy security, magka-brownout man na ibang areas siya, may source of power kasi nakatayo lang within the franchise area. Ang problema, 69 kV lang ang electric cooperative ng mga ECs. Kulang ang substation. Therefore, they cannot accommodate and entertain such proposals. So, we go back now to the challenge of electric cooperatives actually needing to be supported, particularly in terms of their transmission and substation. Iilan na rin ang natatanggap namin sa Minda. May isang electric cooperative asking for help for a 240 million substation. Otherwise, they will continue to provide below par quality of electricity in their franchise area. So, these are now the evolving nature of our problem in Mindanao moving forward because while we want to be aggressive in terms of energy transition, attracting more RE, balik tayo doon sa punto ni Director Mike. How is that possible when our transmission assets are constrained to accommodate entertaining infusion of renewable energy into our grid? Kaya the local issue had to be worked out. And then therefore, I go to DG Ali. How is the BDP integrating the local plans also and local strategies of the provinces and the local areas within the BARMM?
We established a lot of platforms actually. Pag titignan mo, I think it's one of the most structured in terms of the alignment and then the coordination. No? When it comes to the local government, which is our primary partners actually, because they are the one we need to make sure that we have a very healthy relationship to be able to secure the services that we are providing to our people. We need to have this local government, no? From the barangay to the municipality and even to the province. And we establish under the Economic Development Council, the BEDC, the Bangsamoro, sectoral committees and even special committees. And one of our special committees is about the local government units. We onboard PPDCs, provincial planning and development coordinators, and even the MPDCs to make sure that the alignment is secured and they will be well informed of the major trusts and focus of the regional government. So this is what we are now doing for the past how many years when we establish these platforms. And in fact, we also do annual gatherings of our MPDCs and PPDCs. We just recently conducted it, right, the 5th already, in terms of the concerned about how we will be able to cascade and then coordinate and then align and everything. And one of the issues also that we are really trying to inject to them is how to make sure that concerns about electricity, especially at the provincial level, because they are very, very influential on the ECs, the electric cooperatives. In fact, we have also a concern on that because of the influential in terms of who would be the manager of the ECs, for instance. Connect kasi, even at the LGU. Yes. And then in the hierarchy of the power and electrification also, you just mentioned about, I was referring to him, when we talk of transmission, we are talking about NGCP. When we talk of distribution, we are talking about electric cooperatives. So this has to be very good in terms of the respective operation. Or else, if you have source, you cannot benefit from the source because you have a problem on the transmission, for instance, or even on the distributions. And the local government units, especially at the municipal level, is crucial on this. In our case, in Maguindanao, Del Norte and Del Sur, we have concern about collection, for instance, right? And then the LGUs, how best they could support the ECs. And still now, it's a problem on us. We haven't yet overcome that, for instance. And we are not looking really into the ECs right now in terms of how we could provide solutions because the problem is already, kumbaga, cancer na. Very difficult already to address. No? For instance, I will not mention the ECs, but it reached up to more than 13 billion of debt. So how will we be able to confront that kind of problem? And it's not only in mainland, even in the island, the SPAG, right? The diesel power generation, for instance. So again, crucial, the role of the LGU, but it boils down to the management of the ECs on how they need to be forward-looking and then how best they could deliver the services.
Thank you for that, DJ Ali. And so I think, wala pa bang warning sa akin? Kasi kung walang warning, magtutuloy-tuloy ako. Although, ayun pala, may warning na 5 minutes. Hinanap ko na saan ang warning eh. Kasi maraming nakakilala sa akin. I can talk up to and take the discussion up to the next 5 hours. But definitely, this is something that is very enriching for us in terms of understanding more about the way forward direction for BARMM and how we see the alignment clearly being defined at the national level, Mindanao, and at the BARMM level. Now, for the next 5 minutes na lang, parting words. Una ko sa'yo, Director Mike.
So thank you. We are happy to look to see that BARMM has already drafted the initial plan for sustainable energy for the region. And sabi ko nga kay Mike, nag-import pa kami. May to do the training on LEAP. So we can do this now and then we can improve the planning process. And later on, mas maganda that I mentioned earlier that we need to do sequential, not sequential, but rather interactive planning rather than sequential para hindi umahabol yung transmission. I think the other innovation probably is that by node dapat or by area, dapat meron tayong information that this is the the capacity limit na hanggang dito ka lang pwede magtayo, otherwise congested yan. So we would know where to put up the additional capacity. So there was a presentation yesterday doon sa office ng Aurora. It's another consulting firm. And they look at the Panay Island and they showed to us the capacity limit. So hanggang dito lang. Otherwise congested. So mas maganda meron tayong information na ganun, specifically sa BARMM and Mindanao. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ Ali?
Thank you. Again, with the blueprint that we have just presented from MENRE, it would really help us provide moving forward for our energy sector in the BARMM. From the priority legislation that we need to enact, and then the continuation of what we have started already with the Department of Energy on the issue of renewable and even the conventional, and then hopefully with the help also of our private sector, we could already address gradually the concern of energy within the BARMM. Sana hindi sila magsawa, no? And we are looking forward on this because in the next couple of years, if we will be able to somehow gradually implement what we have started already, huge investment. As I mentioned a while ago, our plan to establish our new government center, again, that would require energy. The creation of another new airport for Cotabato, again, that would require energy. And then the upgrading of the Polyok port within the economic zone, again, that would require energy. We need to be very proactive in trying to prepare all the necessary facilities and engagement, so as we would not be overwhelmed on this in the next couple of years, within the next 3 years, hopefully, until 2028 moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. And at least the blueprint provided us a well-laid targets and strategies in terms of how do we move forward. And in fact, kung makita nyo sa theme, sparking the development, the transition, let me add, it's a what. Meaning to say W-A-A-T. What, meaning to say it's workable, attainable, under a time-bounded target. And that exactly defines the blueprint for energy sustainability in BARMM. Something that is demonstrative of how we want Mindanao to move forward. The next wave of growth in Mindanao should be powered by renewable or clean energy. Meaning to say, every single product later on that we export, whether coconut products, whether processed bananas, or coffee, or cacao, or chocolates, or the hybrid rice, for instance, just like the brown rice and black rice that are being exported, if these are produced using renewable energy as the main source of energy for the processing, it can fetch 20% premium in the international market, especially Europe. And so this is how we would want to define the kind of mindset in Mindanao that the way forward for our growth should be powered by renewable energy. And so, not easy, it's going to be difficult, but at least the direction is clear, that we all need to work together so that the future of BARMM that we should be able to deliver a sustainable, secure, and affordable energy to every Bangsamoro community. This is Romeo Montenegro of Mindanao Development Authority. Thank you for joining us this afternoon in this panel discussion.
Partnership at the United Nations Office for Project Services. She leads initiatives on energy efficiency, smart grids, carbon pricing, energy market, and critical mineral supply chains in the Philippines. With over a decade of experience working with governments, civil society, and the private sector, her expertise spans technical project delivery, stakeholder engagement, and policy development in clean energy, power generation, and management system certification. She holds a master's degree in technology management and is a licensed chemical engineer. Let us welcome on stage for her presentation, Ms. 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Can you see me behind the podium? Kita naman, no? Kita yung hair. Kasi very makapal. Yes, sige. So, good afternoon everyone. So, allow me to introduce myself again. I'm 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌. Filipino po ako. Don't worry. I'm one of the Philippines Country Coordinator of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership. We are a program funded under the United Nations Office for Project Services. Next slide, please. So I'd like to begin with introducing who ETP is and try to connect it why we are supporting this specific initiative with MENRE. Second is to share with you our recent findings on the financing challenges in terms of energy transition and the opportunities. And then last part would be I'd like to present to you what are the interventions being supported by ETP to accelerate sustainable energy systems. So ETP is a multi-donor platform formed by governments and philanthropies to accelerate sustainable energy systems in the Southeast Asian region. So we are currently focusing on Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So this is what we collectively refer to as the VIP countries in Southeast Asia. And from the governments, as you can see in the logos below, so we are supported by the countries of France, Germany, UK, Canada, Australia, and for philanthropic partners, we have the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, Sequoia Climate Foundation, and other philanthropies who doesn't want to be mentioned. Next slide, please. So ETP currently is now on its 5th year. Initially, our funding was for 5 years, but there is already an ongoing discussion to hopefully extend it to 15 years because we see that the transition will really take time in terms of upgrading the systems from the conventional power structure, the conventional regulatory frameworks to a new one that would ensure accelerated, sustainable energy development. So, next slide, please. So the organization, so the fund is managed under UNOPS. So we follow the UN rules of transparency and integrity, and we are accountable to our steering committee members. So these are the contributors to the fund, and we also have technical advisors who provide us with guidance on what are the interventions that we need to prioritize in each of the 3 countries. Since we don't have specific projects in mind, we are guided by our 4 strategic outcomes to help us develop interventions using the funding that we have. Next slide, please. So these are, first one is aligning policy with climate commitments. So we support any intervention that would develop and implement policies to promote low-carbon energy systems and infrastructure. Next, please. Then second one is any interventions that would develop and probably upgrade the risking mechanisms on renewable energy projects, energy efficiency and conservation programs, and most recently, fossil fuel phase down. So this used to be, I believe, a taboo word 5 or 10 years ago, no, when I was starting in the sector. Next. Third one is any intervention that would support sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Basically, this is smart grid development, enabling two-way flow of electricity compared to the one directional flow before. And number 4, next, is embedding just transition principles in our activities. And of course, we have an underpinning objective of ensuring that all of the activities, all the outputs and results are institutionalized and sustained with our government counterparts. So next slide. So actually, I wanted to take Asikyo actually with his intervention earlier, because I wanted to highlight how energy sector development at the global level, regional level, and at the country level emerged in terms of capacity and peak demand. So these graphs just show you, it's giving up the numbers or providing evidence on what Asikyo mentioned earlier. So we wanted to highlight that energy demand increases and renewables need to catch up. So in a 2024 report by the International Energy Agency on Energy Demand, we observed that the demand in the Southeast Asian region, Southeast Asia region increased post-pandemic, and it is forecasted to continue increasing in the coming years. However, given the global commitments to decarbonize, more renewables are needed to meet the energy demand and meet the clean energy targets. While renewable energy capacity increased, so as you can see from 2000 to 2022, from around 3 to 15, the percentage is the percentage contribution of renewable energy in the total final energy consumption is actually decreasing. So this just provides you a visual representation of what Asikyo highlighted earlier. Next slide, please. So just wanted to highlight that in terms of financing, there is currently an even distribution of energy transition investments in the Asia Pacific region, and majority, interestingly, is currently in China. Energy transition investments in the region had been increasing since 2010, reaching more than around $800 billion in 2023. So next slide, please. I'd like to highlight that comparing the investments between fossil fuel-based projects and clean energy investment projects, fossil-based projects, the financing for that has been decreasing, but as of 2025, it's still a bit higher compared to clean energy investments. From the graph, we can see the decreasing trend for fossil-based investments as it went down to $50 billion in 2025 from the initial $70 billion in 2015. Conversely, there's an increase in clean energy investments from $30 billion in 2015 to $47 billion in 2025. So for both, we can see that the difference, so it's around $20 billion that for both there's a $20 billion difference. And more than 85% of what we wanted to highlight here is more than 85% of investments in clean power and storage is from commercial finance. And from public finance, there's around 40%, especially on grid. Next slide. So, next. So in ETP's current estimates, so we are developing the stocktake report, which we'll be releasing soon. The Philippines needs around $337 billion to meet its clean energy scenario targets by just 2040. Since the IPIRA does not allow public financing at the national level of energy projects, the investment requirement falls significantly to the private sector. Around $6.5 billion was invested in renewable energy and battery and energy storage in between 2015 and 2022, and almost double that, or around $11.6 billion was allotted for climate finance. Within the domestic banks, local banks invested $3.7 billion in renewable projects. Twice the amount of coal. And in 2024, for the first time, we have noticed that there has been no financing provided for new coal. So this signals a decline in coal investments. So there are several investment mechanisms that the Philippines can actually tap currently, the government. in terms of accessing finance. So we have the Climate Investment Fund, World Bank and ADB loans, and domestic sovereign financing through through the Maharlika Investment Fund, if this is still applicable. So next slide, please. So what I wanted to highlight here are the three main themes in terms of what are the financing challenges. Number one is there's an evolving policy and regulatory interventions, regulatory interventions that does not provide clear and predictable conditions for investment decisions that could lead to higher pre-development costs. So, for example, if you would like to get loans, if you are a developer, there are specific permits or licenses that you need to get to access those loans. But I think financial institutions would have a different criteria or parameter in terms of giving out those loans, especially concessional loans. Another classic example for energy efficiency is the current procurement, I think, framework would look into the lowest cost, but we know that energy efficient technologies are a bit more costly compared to the older types of technologies. Second one is the market for clean energy mechanisms have very different maturity. So the different market mechanisms that we are referring to include the green energy auction program, the renewable portfolio standards. There's also ongoing discussions on carbon markets and actually the voluntary side of our e-certificate trading. And of course, the volatility in the spot market. And third one is there's a misalignment between financing expectations or project readiness. So this is actually related to the first point earlier in terms of how financial institutions look into project financing versus what the developers are working on in terms of putting up those projects. So next slide and last slide. So what I wanted to highlight here that based on ETP's strategic outcomes and our current work, we are providing specific different technical assistances to these areas. So for example, for offshore wind industry development and pump storage hydro development, we are developing or we have developed permitting, consenting, and the marine spatial planning map for offshore wind projects, which aims to provide clarity on the permitting process to reduce pre-development costs. For pump storage hydro, we recognize that it's not yet that viable commercially, so we are reviewing the mechanisms to make it viable. Now, we're also doing an integrated capacity building on generation transmission planning, and based on the results of this, we will also be presenting financing frameworks on how this can be put forward to the government and hopefully to NGCP. Moving forward, so that we'll have VRE in the system. We're also now reviewing the price mitigating measures in the WESM. So to be honest, this is a bit more technical, but we've already submitted our recommendations. But what I can say is our recommendation is to increase somehow and also look into the cumulative price, the CPT of the secondary price cap in the WESM. We're also looking into the green energy auction program. So we provided clarification on the payment mechanism and planning for the next auction rounds. We also have a private sector accelerator technical assistance facility. So it's a small funding to enable pilot demonstration of clean energy projects. So we're now actively looking for partners who would like to avail of this pilot demonstration projects. And of course, the Bangsamoro Sustainable Energy Master Plan. So one of the key highlights or key sections in the master plan is really what are the available financing in terms of ensuring that the energy infrastructure projects will be funded moving forward. So the key takeaway, development partners like ETP are ready to support the government, but we need a clear commitment, vision, and targets that are measurable to provide appropriate support. Financial resources, outside the government are geared towards transitioning to clean and sustainable energy investments. And I wanted to highlight that investment should consider the long-term impacts, recognizing that that benefits later on will outweigh the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshiko. For this panel discussion, our first panelist is from the Asia Development Bank, Mr. Elmar Albing, to speak about ADB Energy Cooperation with BARMM. So Elmar works as a senior energy specialist in ADB Southeast Asia and Pacific Department, where he develops renewable energy and energy access projects. Elmar served as a unit head of the ADB Pacific Country Office in the Solomon Islands, previously where he supported government relations and countrywide energy operations. Before that, he worked as a consultant for ADB, where he developed energy access pilot projects and facilitated investments for clean energy companies. He started his career in the private sector, where he worked for 10 years in finance, focusing on large and medium-scale project finance transactions and financial audit. Elmar holds a master's degree in international business administration from the Vienna University of Economics and Business, and a master's degree in renewable energy from the Vienna University of Technology. Our second panel member is from the Land Bank of the Philippines, Attorney Christian Wong. Attorney Christian Wong currently serves as head of Land Bank North Cotabato Lending Center, which also oversees operations in the BARMM areas. He brings more than 2 decades of experience in commercial and corporate work, banking and credit operations, risk evaluation, and financing. He serves as a part-time law professor at the University of Mindanao. He completed his Master of Public Administration and Master in Business Administration and is now pursuing his Doctor of Civil Law degree at the University of Santo Tomas as a full academic scholar. He is likewise a recipient of the Land Bank Professional Award, which he received in 2013, 2019, and 2024. So at this moment, we're going to hear a video message from our third panelist from the United Kingdom Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, Economic and Climate Counselor Lloyd Cameron.
Esteemed colleagues from the Bangsamoro government, national agencies, development partners, and guests, a pleasant morning to you all. It's our pleasure to participate in BARMM's first Sustainable Energy Summit. Just yesterday, the British Embassy Manila, in partnership with the Department of Energy, held the 5th Energy Transition Council National Dialogue, which brought together key stakeholders to accelerate the transition towards a cleaner and more sustainable energy future in the Philippines. Today, we hope to take that conversation forward, highlighting how BARMM can take full advantage of its vast renewable energy resources, access finance, and build partnerships to deliver a sustainable and inclusive energy future. For regions like BARMM, this could be a pathway to economic growth, climate resilience, peace, and prosperity. The Philippine Energy Plan, as we all know, targets 35% renewable energy share by 2030 and 50% by 2040, and total electrification by 2028. With its abundant solar, hydropower, geothermal, and biomass potential, BARMM is well positioned to accelerate deployment of clean energy technologies and become the battery of the country. But access to financing remains a major hurdle, particularly in unserved and underserved regions like BARMM. Innovative financing models must address early stage risks, infrastructure gaps, and large capital costs. According to the World Economic Forum, investment in energy transition needs to increase to $4.5 trillion a year, and more financing must be mobilized towards emerging markets, which currently only receive about 15% of the energy transition investment. This financing gap indicates the significant role of international climate finance in supporting the energy transition goals of those emerging economies. With tightening fiscal space, international climate finance is also an important catalyst for private finance investments in clean energy solutions. Co-financing from public funds, concessional capital, and private investment is crucial to unlocking energy projects in emerging markets. As part of the UK's commitment to climate action, we're providing support for partner countries, including the Philippines, on their energy transition strategies. Our portfolio offers innovative financing and technical assistance platforms behind the energy transition, and I'd like to highlight some of these today. The UK co-funds initiatives under the Energy Transition Partnership with UNOPS, including technical assistance on marine spatial planning and a permitting framework for offshore wind, as well as development of sustainable energy master plans. The UK Partnering for Accelerated Transition, or UK PACT, is currently providing assistance on policy innovation and regulatory reforms for offshore wind, microgrids, and green auction programs that unlock investment in clean energy. We're currently scoping the next phase of interventions for UK PACT. The UK's Growth and Investment Partnerships, or GIP, mobilises UK-backed financing and technical assistance. Similar schemes could potentially be replicated for BARMM. These schemes include British International Investment, or BII. This is the UK's development finance institution, which provides long-term, patient capital and expertise to firms in developing markets. In the Philippines, BII has made a direct equity investment in Sky Renewables, enabling the development and supply of off-grid, clean energy for commercial and industrial consumers such as Honda Philippines' rooftop solar power project in Batangas. In August 2025, BII also invested in a new fund to look at solar, hydro and battery projects across Southeast Asia. Already that fund has invested in a new solar battery project in Tantangan in South Cotabato. Meanwhile, the UK's Private Infrastructure Development Group, which is a multi-donor fund, mobilises private finance for infrastructure in emerging market developing countries. Their product offerings include equity, long tenor debt finance and guarantees. Previous investments in the Philippines, including 4 mini hydro schemes in northern Luzon and in a rooftop solar network in Palawan. The UK's Mobilist programme supports new, commercially viable investment products that are attractive to public market institutional investors, so helping to list products on public markets. In 2024, Mobilist invested $12.5 million in the initial public offering of Citico Renewables Energy Corporation, successfully anchoring a total listing of $86 million, including from private institutional investors. Beyond this, export credit agencies have a role to play as well. They provide credit guarantees, enabling larger volumes of commercial finance to flow, particularly to emerging and developing economies. Our UK Export Finance, or UKEF, provides enhanced support for supply chain procurement through credit guarantees and a range of non-concessional finance products, which also contain climate-resilient debt clauses. There are other UK facilities that offer grant-based funding for decarbonisation initiatives, such as the Mitigation Action Facility, which focuses on energy, transport and industry, and the Ayrton Fund, which prioritises next-generation solar, energy storage, clean hydrogen, sustainable cooling, and inclusive energy access. We will be more than happy to share more information about any of these. You may reach out to us for further information, and our colleagues from ETP can provide our contact details. Through long-term energy planning, BARMM can demonstrate inclusive, climate-resilient energy systems and attract international climate finance to the region. By leveraging partnerships and adopting global best practices, we can unlock investments to deliver clean power, inclusive growth, meet international climate commitments. So let's work together to make BARMM a model for sustainable energy in the country and beyond. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elma Elbling from the Asian Development Bank. I'm an energy specialist. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to this event. I feel very honored, and I'm very happy that you also give me the opportunity to share a couple of slides in a brief presentation. And I also would like to congratulate you for the Sustainable Energy Master Plan. I think it's an impressive document, and I think we will all have time to study it a little bit more and also to draw our conclusions, how we can support BARMM more. Let me just briefly start. I just have a few slides. Let's maybe go to the first slide. I'll just give you, for those who do not know the Asian Development Bank, where I work, I'll just give you a very brief background. So we are a multilateral development bank headquartered in Manila, with 69 member countries, and established in 1966, and 41 of those countries are also borrowing. And our goal is to achieve a prosperous, resilient, sustainable Asia-Pacific. And we do that by investing and financing infrastructure such as energy, transport, water, urban, but also social infrastructure such as health, education, but also public financial management. And what we can offer as a bank and as a finance institutions are loans, concessional loans, grants, technical assistance, and guarantees. And what differentiates us a little bit from other development banks is that we basically under one roof have two components. We have a sovereign financing arm and a non-sovereign financing arm. That means we work with the government under our sovereign financing arm, but we also have a so-called private sector operations department who works with private sector companies and invests into private sector investment and finances that one. And as you can see, the support to the Philippines is on a very large scale. So our current lending pipeline is more than $10 billion US. And as you can see, within the next couple of years, this will substantially increase with this will be 15 billion new investment over the next years until 2028. Next slide, please. Here, just a very brief slide. I need to explain that actually ADB has not been involved in the energy sector in the Philippines for the last 10 years, but over the last 1 to 2 years, we have re-established close consultations with the Department of Energy, and are very grateful actually for the strong support to build up a pipeline. What we've been doing in BARMM so far is more on the transport sector, also huge investments also. I mean, just looking at the Mindanao road sector project, this is like overall phase 1 and 2, a $1 billion investment. But then also looking at other sectors such as vocational education, it's 100 million, but also public financial management reform programs. But as you can see here, there's been no energy sector intervention so far. And I hope that this will change soon. And can we go to the next slide? So basically, we are re-engaging with the Philippines in the energy sector and are starting to build up a pipeline of projects. And unfortunately, I cannot yet report back that any of those projects have been approved, as they are still in the preparatory stage. But we are in close consultations with the DOE and other stakeholders to implement the following. So we're working on an energy efficiency project. So this will be a collaboration between the Department of Energy, Department of Health, and Department of Education to basically install energy efficient appliances, lighting, but also renewable energy installations in public sector buildings that are that are health and that are health related and education related. So like means like schools and hospitals. And this project is under preparation, and it will really help not only to save costs, but also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also reduce dependency on fossil fuels. And the next project is in the geothermal space. So this is a project which is basically supporting the government and DOE to encourage more private sector investment into geothermal energy. So what we see is that there's a very high upfront cost and high upfront risk for private sector investors to basically start the preparation work. So that means for exploration and drilling. Although there's a huge potential in the Philippines, it has not been fully taken advantage of. So we hope that by this de-risking facility, we can trigger more investment by the private sector into geothermal. And then we also, as ADB, we do not support any more new coal-fired plants. We do not finance that. And in reverse, actually, we even support the early retirement of coal power plants through our energy transition mechanism. And we're working in this regard with a couple of Southeast Asian countries, such as Indonesia, Vietnam, but also the Philippines, to support early retirement, but also to support in the next step the replacement of and substitution of the capacity with renewable and clean energy. And this is also where then our private sector operations department and also our transaction advisory services teams come in, that they will be supporting that next step. And we also will have some concessional financing available for that. And last but not least, one of our pipeline projects is in rural electrification. And we're working actually with the National Power Corporation to help them implement their missionary electrification plan. And here, I just want to highlight that we have done also some projects in rural electrification. I think this is particularly important for BARMM. And we have worked actually, we've tried out different models and have tried to also help pilot new business models, new technologies. And like in the Pacific, we've worked with the state-owned utility to extend distribution grids. But then we have also piloted other business models with community-based ownership, with joint ventures between private sector and the community. But we've also helped develop some pilot projects and worked with electric cooperatives in the Philippines. So for example, with Romelco for Corridor Island and Malalison Island. And I don't know if Ariel is still here. Yes, our colleague from One Renewable Energy. He was actually involved and has helped implement the Malalison project. And all of those projects do have different business models. And I think just following the discussion that we had before, thinking about how can we go about rural electrification. There's many different business models, and there's many pilots that have been tested. But I think it's important to see that we have some documentation. We know how those pilots are going. We have, for example, for the Philippine projects, we have on our ADB webpage a very comprehensive documentation about what has been done, what were the issues, and what are the benefits of those projects. And even talking to the GMs of those ECs, I think would be very important. As, for example, Romelco has been extremely successful in implementing renewable energy projects and even in accessing private sector financing. So I think there's a lot of lessons that we can learn even from what has been done already for the future of BARMM. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is my last slide. because I've been talking about the energy pipeline that we have, and there's partially in those other projects components that involve BARMM, but specifically for the planned work with the National Power Corporation, where we are trying to help them help finance their missionary electrification plan. So it means accelerate the implementation of their plans. And as you know, a large portion of their projects, specifically when it comes to hybridization and energy access, is in BARMM areas. And as you know, they have different components that they would like to implement, and that's part of their MEP, of their missionary electrification plan. And on the one hand, they would like to hybridize the existing diesel plants that they already are running. And the idea is really to reduce the dependency on the diesel fuel, as we know that over the last couple of years, the fossil prices have really increased, which has also led to a huge increase in the government subsidy, in the UCME that's being given. So I think it's really important to tackle that issue, and this can particularly well be done by solarizing their diesel power plants. And this will reduce the overall generation costs, but also contribute to a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. But then, very important, the NPC in the missionary areas, they're not only looking at those areas where they already have ongoing operations. There's also many projects in areas that are currently unserved. And I've looked it up. In their MEP, actually, more than 60% of their projects where they are planning new solar mini grids in unserved areas are actually in BARMM. And I think it was very interesting also to hear and the insights from the Sustainable Energy Master Plan to see how low the electrification rate in Sulu and Tawi-Tawi is. And I think this gets even more important and even more important to see and to implement those projects, so that basically those can be expanded to further areas which might not even be part of the MEP yet. And then last but not least, the MPC is also implementing a construction upgrading of transmission lines, and there's also one project in BARMM. I don't want to talk too much about the MEP itself, because I know that colleagues from MPC will be on the stage a little bit later, and I'm sure they will be discussing all their activities in detail. My message is that the ADB is back in the energy sector. We are happy to support also activities in BARMM, energy access activities, and I'm happy to also have further discussions with you, and I'm happy to meet with local colleagues here. Thank you again for the invitation, and I'll leave it here. In case there are questions, you can always come up to me, and we can discuss further. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to thank the BARMM Ministry of Environment and National Resources and Energy for the invite and the opportunity to present our products. So it's our honor on the part of the bank to be with you among the partners for the shared goal of achieving a stronger, a greener, and a more inclusive BARMM. So we are very excited for the opportunity to put forth a discussion among the stakeholders in order to possibly chart the direction for a sustainable, renewable energy direction for the BARMM. So we have in the bank a latest program designed really to provide assistance to the credit needs of our borrowers into energy projects, initiatives. So we have this Renewable Energy Plus. So it actually allows us to fund certain projects and initiatives towards renewable energy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so essentially, this program will allow us to fund the credit needs of the borrowers, whether it would be for working capital, capital expenditures, which includes substations, distribution utilities, and other machineries needed for the distribution of electricity. And then, of course, we have a facility for renewable energy, power generation, and, of course, those other energy-efficient financing. Next slide. So these are essentially the list of eligible borrowers. So we can actually intervene credit-wise, sole proprietor, partnership, corporations, even LGUs, partner financial institutions, GOCCs, and typically we fund electric distribution utilities, and of course, including the wholesale power aggregator. Next slide, please. So these are the possible renewable energy initiatives under the Renewable Act of 2008. So we're looking at biomass, geothermal, solar power, hydropower, ocean, and wind, and other related renewable energy projects, including the manufacturing of biofuels, hydrogen gas, and non-renewable energy sources. So next slide, please. We also can actually fund energy-efficient initiative, non-fossil energy resources, such as rooftop solar energy systems, windmills, waste-to-energy, and installation of adoption of energy-efficient cooling system and related projects. Next, please. Next slide, please. So all of these can actually be funded by the bank, including the construction, expansion, upgrading, or rehabilitation project. As a side note, actually, I have already handled and actually we funded an actual project into this construction, expansion, and upgrading of distribution utilities in Davao region. So we also fund acquisition of machineries, equipment, modular technology, and sub-transmission assets, and installation of equipment, systems, appliances, buildings, and materials and structures. Next slide. So as to the loanable amount for electric cooperative, we can fund up to the 90% of their credit requirement. So if the project cost is 100 million, we can fund up to 90 million. But for LGUs, we can fund up to 100% of their proposed project. The private borrowers, the other private borrowers, we can fund up to 80%. The 20% will form part as their equity contribution. Then as to ODA, Official Development Assistance, this will require the actual cost required by the financing program. So we can have tie-ups with ODAs, the special fund projects, funded projects. Next, please. So again, as an iteration, these are the typical credit facilities we can extend. For short term, these are revolving, these are cyclical requirements. Term loan, typically these are long gestation projects, or like construction, rehabilitations, and whatnot. And then, of course, standby letters of credit. This has become a mandatory for distribution utilities. These are required by PSAM and the other power generation suppliers. And then, of course, the interest rate, we extend concessional rates to our eligible borrowers. In particular, the LGUs. We gave them very special concessional rates. Then The short-term loan line, we can actually propose up to 360 credit line. And these are other projects which actually entails longer tenor. So we just design it and tailor fit it to suit the actual length of the project. The standby letter of credit also up to 1 year or 360 days. Next, please. So for the mode of release, for STLL or the short-term loan line, we can release it one time, and then of course for those into construction or rehabilitation, we actually base it on the actual accomplishment reports. So typically, we can accept any or combination of these securities. So of course, the usual, the typical are the real estate mortgage. The shuttle now is actually subsumed under the Personal Property Security Act. Of course, deposits could be a credit enhancers, and of course the other assignments. And for the LGUs, we don't actually require collateral. We only designate a portion of their NTA without holding it. We're not tagging it. So just to assign a portion of the NTA. So for other borrowers, we can require GSS for corporate borrowers, and guarantee covers. And of course, other collaterals, a combination of other collaterals that are deemed acceptable for the bank. Next, please. These are essentially our requirements, and most of these are already available to the borrowers. Of course, the form will be provided by the bank. These articles of incorporation, the registrations are, of course, already existing on the part of the borrowers. And of course, for the corporate borrowers, we will require a board resolution and all other clearances. And the audited BIR filed financial statements for the past 3 years and interim FS. And then, of course, the list of key officers and board members of the board. So these are essentially our requirements. For the LGU, we will require the BLGF. It's a mandatory requirement on the part of the and the Monetary Board opinion issued by the central bank. So when either in other projects, this is a requirement for the LGUs. And then for those projects that are still new or not, we don't have an existing exposure, we can actually request for a project details. And then, of course, the other documents that are needed. So that essentially are the salient features of our program, and we have many touch points. You can always visit either our branches or our lending centers. In our case, although our principal office is in Kidapawan, we have also lending centers in Davao. I'm partly overseeing the BARMM area. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our products, and we will be happy to discuss further, elaborate further our products if there are clarifications later on. Thank you, and magandang hapon po.
Thank you to our panel members. To facilitate the discussion for our second panel session on financing the Energy Master Plan, we have Assistant Secretary Augustus Cesar Navarro of DOE. Asik Navarro began his career at the Department of Energy as Chief Accountant, where he served with distinction for more than 13 years before transitioning to the private sector. Over the next 2 decades, he held various senior executive roles as he expanded his expertise into professional speaking and education, teaching financial management and accounting in various countries. He also demonstrated strong leadership in the Filipino community, serving as president of the Filipino Club in Bahrain, president of the PICPA Bahrain chapter, and founding both the PICPA Bahrain Toastmasters Club and the FC Mabuhay Toastmasters Club, organizations that champion professional growth and excellence in communication and public speaking. Upon returning to government service, he rejoined the Department of Energy in 2021 as Chief Accountant, Assistant Secretary, and now as Assistant Secretary. ASEC Navarro plays a pivotal role in strengthening fiscal integrity and supporting key energy initiatives nationwide. His work includes advancing programs that promote sustainable development in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, ensuring transparency, inclusivity, and long-term energy security for the region and the entire nation. Let us welcome on stage DOE Assistant Secretary Navarro and the panel members for our second panel session.
Just stand up. Okay. I'll just stand up. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Parang ako na lang nakatayo dito. Kami na lang pala. So, welcome to the second panel session. And we are discussing on financing the Energy Master Plan. This session focuses on how our development partners are supporting the implementation of Energy Master Plan and accelerating energy transition and sustainable development in BARMM. So as we recognize, financing is fundamental for translating the Energy Master Plan into real and lasting impact. Nothing will happen if we don't have the money. Today's discussion will explore how our donor support innovative financing mechanisms and development cooperation to unlock investment for infrastructure, electrification, renewable energy, and capacity strengthening in the BARMM area. So our session begins by asking several questions. Okay. I have a lot of notes here, no? As introduction, as presented earlier, to implement the BARMM Sustainable Energy Master Plan by 2040, we need about $153 billion in investments, with $97 billion for renewable energy projects. Considering that the electrification rate in the BARMM area is only 39%. Pinakamaganda na po yung 39%. In some areas, mas mababa. And then I took note that there is a footnote in the presentation that there are potential areas that we need to consider, like geothermal prospects were not considered in their studies because studies were not conducted. And then waste to energy is not included except for the last presentation which was presented by Land Bank of the Philippines. So here are my questions. For Ms. Yosiko, you were talking about technical assistance and energy transition financing. How can this be of help to the BARMM?
Yes, sige po. Thanks, ASEC Navarro.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po. So for ATP, I wanted to emphasize that the type of support that we are providing is could be considered as grants. So we're making it easier. So it's a grant, but our quote-unquote beneficiary or partner in the initiative should be the government agencies. So that's one of the key reasons why we reach out to MENRE, or the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, to help them identify what are their priorities in the region in terms of energy sector development. So for us, what our overall objective, aside from considering our fourth strategic objective, is to really ensure that any intervention that we will conceptualize or we are currently implementing would support the overall or the short, medium, and long-term vision or goals of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So essentially, our goal should be the goal of our government counterparts.
So the goal of your organization is providing grants to local or government organizations. Does this include civil society organizations?
Currently, we don't provide it directly to CSO, so it should be implemented together with the government. But it doesn't stop CSOs po and NGOs to implement that specific intervention for us.
That's nice to hear, huh? So, Mr. Elbling,
Bling, actually, there was an L missing.
Elbling. Okay. The spelling that was given to me is different. So, Mr. Elmar. So, what type of ADB support can BARMM access fastest?
Yeah. Actually, I have already briefly talked about it. I
Yeah.
think the fastest way is always those projects that you're already working on. So, and I think our current collaboration with MPC could be the fastest way to bring in our financing. But I have to say one thing. Financing through ADB takes time, but also it takes time to get all the necessary government approvals. Because before we can even go to our ADB board, we would also have to prove to ICC, to the Investment
yes.
Coordination Committee, that the project that should be financed is economically viable. And we know that ICC has very stringent criteria, but nevertheless, looking at energy access projects and renewable energy projects, they usually have a very high economic benefit. So also we can see that those projects are not financially viable. We know that they're not financially viable because
Yes.
they need the UCME to basically survive. But if we look at the economic viability, that's different. What we also do before we can really also approach our EDB board for approval, we need to be sure that environmental and social safeguards, permitting, that this all meets our requirements. And some find it's very stringent, but in reality, it helps design projects that in the long run will be the most sustainable. Because sometimes institutions try to make a quick fix, but it doesn't mean that in the long run, this is really those projects that will survive and will be successful. Maybe I leave it here. But
Thank you for your answer. So I'm just wondering, have you considered the organizations existing in BARMM? Is there a counterpart organization in BARMM that you were referring to that needs approval?
actually, for the time being, we are still undertaking our feasibilities. We are still undertaking consultations, also with BARMM. So we have worked with DOE, MPC, but in fact, our next part of the project is also further comprehensive consultations with the BARMM and with the authorities and with MENRE. So I hope that we can even have those discussions before the end of the year, so that we can also cover that part of the country. Because even for our, environmental social safeguards, we need to look at each and every area where the project is active. And we know that the rules and guidelines and the processes are a little bit different
Yes, it is different,
in Bangsamoro region to the other parts. So that's why we still need to undertake that consultation, which we plan to do soon.
Yeah, I think since they are given the autonomy, they can implement their own rules, which will be applicable to the projects within the area.
Yeah.
Because I have a very happy encounter with those organizations when we were implementing, or we are still implementing, the de-risking program in ADB. I think that's for geothermal. Yeah. Until now, we're still happy.
Good to hear.
Yeah. For Attorney Christian Harvey N. Wong, thank you for gracing the occasion. I was just given your name a little while ago, and of all the organizations, you are really interested in waste to energy. In fact, when the president of Land Bank was initially installed as a president, she visited our office with the then Secretary Lutilia, and there were discussions on opening a line for this particular energy program. Because now I can see all the menu where you can enter into. And it's nice that you would be opening your financing to local government units. In so doing, how would you hurdle the stringent requirements on implementing waste-to-energy programs?
Thank you, ASEC Navarro. Actually, our role really is to really provide fund for those eligible borrowers, in particular LGU. So as to the waste-to-energy initiatives of the LGU, what we do is we try to assist them even from documentation until the actual, even making follow-ups with the other regulatory agencies. Because the difference between LGU and the other eligible borrowers, we have to secure BLGF, the Bureau of Local Government Fund certification, and the MB opinion. And actually, that's why we are able to market a lot of our LGUs in the area, particularly in North Cotabato and portion of BARMM, because we extend our services up to helping the LGU identify these feasible waste-to-energy initiative projects, and we help them in making the necessary study. And at the same time, even at the time of really implementing it, we are side by side with them insofar as ensuring that these projects are implemented properly and timely. So we don't really treat LGU as the typical client. We consider them as a development ally because we are government to government. So once they have this initiative, particularly this waste to energy, because one, this is part of our commitments to the UN SDG goals.
Oh, okay.
And then, of course, there are a lot of other contributions when we venture into and we help the LGUs in this waste to energy initiative. So among the, I have to be honest, I have to concede that when it comes to LGUs, we really have a special, what they call, relationship with them. That's why also LGU, if I have to mention, we extend very concessional terms to them. The lowest possible interest rate, the longest possible tenor, just to allow them to manage their fiscal position and allow other projects to be pursued while they are into this waste to energy projects. So that's how we are biased towards the LGUs. Thank you, ASEC.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your answer. So my follow-up question is, how would you align your strategy on granting loans for waste-to-energy projects as against Clean Air Act?
Well, thank you again, ASEC, for the question. Land Bank being the largest government financial institution, we are really mandated, directed to be compliant, law-abiding. So whatever are existing laws that are present, we are actually mandated to follow to the letter. So for example, these climate-related laws, regulations, we are really mandated to follow them and make sure that a portion of our exposures are really into this initiative. That while we are helping these clients, we are also complying with these certain laws. That is how we do it. That's why I'm fortunate that I'm a lawyer by profession, although I'm into sales, into lending. But when we do our work, we extend loans. At the side of it, we usually think of what are the possible compliance we are doing in lending. While we are lending, we are also complying with the certain regulations. So that's how we pursue our mandate. That's how we pursue our viability, because we are into banking, you know.
Yes,
We
yes,
have to be
yes.
viable and sustainable, but at the same time, we have to be law-abiding.
Law-abiding bank.
Particularly in environment and sustainable initiatives. We are
Yes.
very particular in that.
But you mentioned your waste to energy is in compliance with developmental goals.
Yes, actually, most of our projects right now, if not only compliant with our domestic laws, we have to align with our international commitments.
Yes,
Carbon
correct.
emission reductions, sustainable energy, livelihood, women. So all of these should touch upon these SDG goals.
I think you have to really push hard in showing the government that waste to energy solves 2 or even 3 problems: energy, waste disposal, and flood control. Right? You don't need billions of pesos for the flood control projects. Just burn everything. No. That's another. Don't quote me on that. So, Miss Yusiko, you're so quiet. You mentioned three problems, right? Evolving policy, markets, and misalignment. I know for a fact the evolving policy that you mentioned, there is a new Procurement Act. So I think it solves the problem of evolving policy. But markets in misalignment, how would you say that we can solve these challenges or face these challenges? You know, I ask difficult questions.
Yeah, so that's a very difficult question. But really, so maybe how I'd like to frame it is based on what we're doing right now within the ETP. Because currently we're doing somehow different interventions on different areas. Like for example, in the wholesale electricity spot market, we have reviewed the price mitigating measures in that, because the overall idea is that the wholesale electricity spot market should encourage competition and investments for new entrants, new portfolio, especially for ETP. It should be viable for new capacities from renewable energy investments. And what came out really is there should be an increase in the current price caps, of course subject to the review and approval of the ERC. That's one aspect on the spot market. The other considerations that we're looking at is the how the green energy auction program could be further improved, but we recognize that there has been a lot of lessons learned from J 1, 2, 3, 4, and we commend the department in the process moving forward. Jaya, what else? There's also a review currently on pumped storage hydro. So We're considering it as a transmission solution, not really generation side. So we're reviewing the commerciality aspects of a pump storage hydro. We have yet to receive the report on that. But what's coming out really, sir, is to ensure that all these different interventions that we're doing with the different bureaus within the DOE should be reported to, like for example, to the EPPB, and to ensure that all of these will be used simultaneously or in an integrated manner, essentially.
So you're actively monitoring the auction, the green energy auction.
We're following it closely, sir.
Okay. So
Yes.
you've seen the development from the beginning until the last auction.
1 and 2, I haven't.
Okay.
But we've heard that there's been a lot of improvement.
Yeah. I'm part of GAIA, that's why.
Yeah.
Before, but not now. So I want to ask Mr. Elmar. You were talking about energy efficiency, geothermal, energy transition, and rural electrification. So energy transition is in essence the retirement of coal power plants, right? Have you not considered coal mining retirement?
I think for the time being, the projects that are in the pipeline are currently coal-fired power plants. And actually the one in Mindanao is actually the one that we are looking at, is the first candidate project of all the, or is the most advanced of all the countries where we are working. So yeah, it's mostly coal-fired plants.
It's more on retirement rather than repurposing.
It's retirement and substitution with replacement renewable energy and clean technologies. So the idea is really
So conversion is part of what you are considering to fund.
What we're considering, and this is what I talked about before, where our private sector operations department comes in, is that they actually, after retirement of the plant,
Yes.
we also need to substitute the capacity that's being
correct.
lost.
That's correct.
So basically, they are the ones that will be supporting actually, or where the idea is, always subject to the quality of the projects, because we still have to go through all our EDB due diligence, our safeguards assessment. But the idea is that they will be supporting then the substitution renewable energy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So related to that, sir,
Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
ETP, because right now we're crafting something with the EPPB on the cost-benefit analysis of closing down, quote-unquote, coal mining. So we will start a coal vulnerability assessment with the DOE.
So you're also financing coal mining closures and everything?
We don't encourage like outright closure, but we're just studying it. What are the implications in the economy and the benefits? So we're
considering
starting
that coal
study.
is base load, right?
Yeah, it is base load.
And we're 40% dependent on coal.
Correct. But for this one, sir, it's the coal mining sites that we're
okay.
looking. I think the use of the coal that we mine here are, I think, beyond. It's not exclusively for power generation.
Yes, that's
po.
correct.
And second part is, because you mentioned repurposing, sir, because in the
Yes.
pump storage hydro one of the asks from the DOE is to also look into repurposing of the coal mines to be the reservoir of, so we're also looking into that. So hopefully we can submit something to the department soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will be opening. Can I open the floor for any questions? Any questions from the participants? Are you still awake? Yes, question, please. Please state your name and the organization you're connected with.
Yes, I'm Tony Peralta from the European Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you.
I was looking at the financing packages which Land Bank was presenting, and into my mind, you're looking at financing projects in the BARMM, correct? And a lot of the products you presented are laden with interest. How does that fit into the culture of Islamic financing, for instance?
Thank you for your questions, Attorney Vanero. Actually, yes, I have to agree that there's certain customary laws in the Islam that's haram. They are not allowed really to impose certain interest or fees or charges on top of the borrowing. So we have exposures actually in BARMM in the LGUs, and I think the idea really is for now, since there's a dedicated bank, I think it's Al Amana Islamic Bank, that they are trying to capitalize in order to accommodate the credit needs of the Muslim community, those borrowers from our Muslim brothers, Moro brothers. So for now, I think the setup is it's upon the option of our applicants coming from them to borrow, and of course we are required under the law, the Truth in Lending Act, to properly disclose the borrowings is accompanied by the cost of borrowing, which is necessarily the interest. So that is something that we disclose to them, and of course they have to agree with it. And of course we cannot force into it unless they have to. But for now, the setup is really when they apply, we disclose to them, we give them the what they call that, the scheme of our lending, and so far it's not a problem on the part of those borrowing from the area. So as of now, Attorney.
Yes, as a follow-up question, because this has been really been a nagging thing in the development of BARMM, and I will go back to this because I think it's very important for us to understand the efficiency in which financing packages can suit into the development of communities. We're aware that Al Amana is there, it's with DBP. DBP still has 95% ownership of that. So my question to Land Bank, knowing this, I think the best way really to handle this would be to look for the kind of products that can be used in the BARMM region that does not have that. Now, how is that possible? Have you ever thought about packaging this under a leasing arrangement, because that takes out the interest component?
I think it's the leasing. You mean it's a lease agreement?
No,
arrangement?
it's a leasing product instead of a straight financing, because what's happening here, it's conventional financing. And that is really the heart of the problem here, because and I speak from experience. I'm also a banker myself. So I've studied Islamic financing as well. And its impact in areas like the BARMM. When you talk of infrastructure financing, when you talk of this kind of modalities, it will require really substantial financing arrangements. But at the same time, we must be conscious enough to understand the culture in which we are going to implement these projects. Because, again, I go back to that, because that can be something that Land Bank should really consider, because you are the largest GFI right now, right?
Correct. That's correct, sir.
So I think go back to senior management in Manila and tell them to look at structuring a kind of product that would more or less be suitable to the BARMM region.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Actually, that's noted, and actually that's something that could be that I could very well raise to the management.
Yeah, hindi
it's
naman
fine.
mahirap yan eh. I mean, if you are to look at it in the context of financial packaging, one, the leasing is just one modality. You may want to look at the various Islamic lending products. In fact, in my opinion, I think Islamic financing is the most humane kind of financing out there. No, I mean, really, I really see other countries have really benefited from this. You just look at Indonesia, you look at Malaysia.
Okay. Yeah,
And
thank
even
you. Thank
Singapore.
you for your question.
Thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much, sir.
We will cut the question and answer because there will be an allotted time for the question and answer for all the topics and all the sessions. So as we conclude this session, my sincere thanks to Ms. Yusiko, tama ba yun? To Mr. Elmar, and to Attorney Christian Harvey. Thank you, and your support is crucial in advancing inclusive, resilient, and sustainable energy development in BARMM, and we look forward to a deeper collaboration as we implement the BARMM Energy Master Plan. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, dear panelists and ASEC Navarro. We will have a few minutes of health break, and then we will be back after 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. for those who are not able to scan the QR code, you may scan the QR code to get the materials that are available on the online. It has been saved on a shared Google Drive. So we have just a minute more. May we request everyone to come in and settle down for our next panel session. Let us all please settle down. We will begin in a few seconds.
Welcome back, everyone. We have now arrived at our final panel session. So what are the investment opportunities for BARMM? So this will be the focus of our next session as we hear from development partners from the Department of Energy and the private sector. But before we proceed with the panel discussion, let us hear first important inputs on this topic. So the first presentation focuses on accelerating renewable energy investment in BARMM, specifically on Department of Energy REMB's collaboration with MENRE in streamlining renewable energy project processes. So let me introduce to you our presenter, Ms. Ana Mico Rialo. Ms. Ana Mico Rialo currently serves as the officer in charge of the Biomass Energy Management Division at the Renewable Energy Management Bureau of the Department of Energy. She holds a bachelor's degree in geothermal engineering from Bicol University in 2006 and completed a diploma in geothermal energy at the University of Auckland in 2014. In September 2023, she earned her master's degree in public administration from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. With 17 years of experience in renewable energy development, including geothermal, biomass, waste-to-energy, and biofuels, Ms. Rialo has built a track record of advancing sustainable energy initiatives. Her expertise spans technical, policy, and management aspects, demonstrating a strong commitment to innovation and the promotion of cleaner energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear a presentation from Ms. Ana Mico Rialo.
Thank you, Jab. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of Renewable Energy Management Bureau Director, Attorney Marisa P. Cerezo, I would like to thank MENRE for inviting us to this event, the first BARMM Sustainable Energy Summit. So my presentation will highlight the collaborative efforts and steps taken to accelerate renewable energy investments in BARMM through the partnership between DOE REMB and BARMM MENRE and streamlining RE project processes. Next slide, please. So as mentioned in session 1 panel discussion, renewable energy is a cornerstone of BARMM's sustainable development strategy, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, cutting emissions, and ensuring long-term security or long-term energy security. And to accelerate this transition, REMB and MENRE are working hand in hand to make renewable energy investment easier and more predictable through a clear, streamlined processes and harmonized guidelines. So these efforts are anchored into two strong policies, the Renewable Energy Act of 2008 and the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And we are also addressing BARMM's unique geographic, infrastructure, and regulatory challenges to create an enabling environment for clean energy development. Next slide, please. So on November 27, 2024, REMB and MENRE formalized their collaboration through the signing of the Transition Agreement, or the TA. So this milestone ensured the full implementation of the Renewable Energy Act of 2008 within BARMM jurisdiction. So the TA, it provides the legal framework for a seamless transfer of powers and responsibilities from REMB and to MENRE. And it also outlines the key activities such as providing MENRE, the Personal Immersion Program, and assisting them in implementing RE frameworks and guidelines, providing capacity building programs, and transfer of data and files related to RE projects that are located within BARMM. Next slide, please. So the main objective of DOE and MENRE collaboration is aligning the national renewable energy policies with BARMM's local energy rules to remove conflicting requirements and make a process that is clearer for developers. So this harmonization, it ensures that the RE developers follow a clear set of rules and documentary requirements are standardized. And we also ensure that consistent permitting procedures, there must be a consistent permitting procedures between the national and the regional levels. So when we have these policies and guidelines that are harmonized, the outcome is always a faster approval, reduced uncertainty, and a more predictable process for renewable energy projects. Next slide, please. So the Department of Energy, through REMBI, streamlined the renewable energy application process to improve the ease of doing business through the issuance of the revised omnibus guidelines on the award of RE contract and registration of RE developers under the Department Circular DC number 2024-06-0018. So the revised omnibus guidelines introduces several key enhancements. First is the issuance of a certificate of authority, which provide the RE developer an exclusive right to procure necessary permits, certification, and tenorial instrument, and to conduct reconnaissance and other pre-feasibility studies within the area covered by the RE contract application. And for RE applicants, the COA is usually issued after the approval of the RE application and the award of the contract, but prior to its execution. And by granting an RE developer the authority to procure those listed permits and tenorial instruments outside its contract term, RE developers are given they were given a more lengthened period of commercial operations under the RE contract. And we also introduced a flexible certificate of registration issuance. So wherein the developer, they already have an option now if they want to avail the certificate of registration upon the confirmation of commerciality or financial closing, just to maximize their 10-year duty-free importation incentive. And for new investment, the developer can apply for a new RE contract to avail of the fresh package of incentives, while additional investment that increase a capacity from 10 to 30% can qualify for an additional COR. On the other hand, under the assignment of contract, assignees of RE contracts may now receive a new COR if ever that the assignor did not avail of the incentives from the previous contract. Meanwhile, yung contracts may be suspended also for up to 3 years, just due to force majeure events. And the computation of government share was also rationalized by limiting allowable costs to direct expenses only. And we also streamlined a more clearer pre-application steps, a mandatory orientation, and stricter timelines, which requests for and also the request for reconsideration if ever that your contract was disqualified or is disqualified is now already prohibited. And we also introduced a reform for performance band. The performance band requirement were also reduced, applying only until EPC contract submission or financial closing or declaration of commerciality. So before, we require performance band up to construction stage. So right now, we introduced this reform that once the RE developer submitted the EPC contract or financial closing or declaration of commerciality for wind, hydro, and geothermal, the performance band requirement will now be lifted. Next slide, please. So since last year, no, MENRE has received strong interest in solar projects within BARMM. This prompted them to the need for a clear and streamlined SEOC application guidelines. So in coordination with the Department of Energy, MENRE adopted the DOE revised omnibus guidelines to ensure a transparent rules for awarding solar energy operating contracts. So on September 5, 2025, MENRE issued the Memorandum Circular Number MC 2025-001 entitled Guidelines Governing the Award and Administration of Solar Energy Operating Contracts under their direct application and the registration of solar energy developers. So the said guidelines covers the pre-application, application, and award of SEOC, and the issuance of certificate of registration for solar energy developers, and administration of solar energy operating contract. So currently, MENRE is processing 2 applications under these new guidelines. And although the general framework were based on the revised omnibus guidelines, there is a key difference from the DOE process. So this is the temporary deferment of the integration of the processes and timelines set forth under the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop or the EVO system. So right now, all submissions to MENRE by the applicants is made manually. And all official correspondence, including submissions of supplemental documents for rectification from interested participants, shall be sent or received via email address designated by MENRE. So I think our next target guidelines, Sir Ed, is for hydropower. Because a while ago, DJ Ali mentioned about the 3 mini hydro power plants in Lanao. So I think we need to work on finalizing or drafting the hydro power service contract. No? So yun po yung gawin natin next year, said. So next slide. So since 2022, DOE has conducted various capacity building activities for MENRE. So basically, we shared our first-hand experience in our e-contract application process, evaluation, up to administration. So we conducted various trainings, site visits, in resource assessment, specifically for hydropower. So this is, again, part of DOE's commitment to strengthen MENRE's technical capability. Next slide, please. So currently, the DOE and BARMM are working together to develop a joint guidelines for RE projects to be located both within BARMM and the national government jurisdiction. So the goal for this guidelines is to ensure a transparent, consistent, and efficient processes for projects for the award of the project and administration. So based on the result of our workshop last October, we discussed the foundation for this joint guidelines. So that the key discussions involve around application procedures, shared responsibility, and baseline elements for future phases. Next slide, please. On the other hand, we also crafting right now the data sharing agreement between DOE and BARMM. So this one is already finalized by the technical working group. We already submitted this one to MENRE for further review. So the said agreement aims to enable efficient evaluation, processing, and monitoring of RE applications by establishing a structured framework for information exchange. Next slide, please. So this will be my last slide. So the Philippines now ranks the second in the Bloomberg NEF 2024 Climate Scope report. No? So this is a remarkable lift from the 20th place that we are in 2021. So this achievement reflects a strong fundamentals because right now we have a clearer policies, a transparent markets, and a fewer investment barriers. So right now, MENRE is really committed to embracing this principle, such as simplifying application steps, reducing regulatory uncertainty, and ensuring predictable timelines. So these measures are the key to attracting investment and accelerating renewable energy development across the regions. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rialo. For this panel discussion, we're going to have 4 panel members who will present their respective presentations. For the first one, Mr. Valentin Saludes, who will present on investing in power development and BARMM. Engineer Valentin Saludes currently sits as the President and Chief Operation Officer of the Cotabato Light and Power Company, an Aboitiz group based in Cotabato City. Previously, he was the Vice President of Therma South and the Visayan Electric Cooperative. Our second panel member is Antonio Peralta, who will present a topic on encouraging European investments in the BARMM energy sector. Mr. Antonio Peralta was a senior country officer at the ASEAN Finance Corporation. He worked on various projects in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. He was engaged with the Development Bank of the Philippines as a vice president of the institutional banking groups, the Northern Territory Government as senior advisor to the Department of Asian Relations and Trade. Currently, he sits as the chairman of the European Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, Southern Mindanao Business Council, where he also heads the Education Advocacy Committee. He is also the corporate secretary of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce in Mindanao and a member of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. He also sits as an advisor of the Institute of the ASEAN European Studies at the Holy Cross of Davao College, chairman of the Davao Citizens Media Council, and the honorary consul of Finland and Davao City. Our third presentation will be coming from our panel member, 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌, who will present on rural electrification roadmap for BARMM, generation and transmission. Engineer 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌 is a department manager and area manager of the National Power Corporation Small Power Utilities Group, or NPC-SPUG, in Zambasulta, where he is tasked to inspire, lead, manage, organize, plan, and control the efficient operation and maintenance of missionary electrification power plants located at Zamboanga Peninsula, Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi. Previously, he held the positions as a plant manager and senior engineer of NPC-SPUG. And our fourth and final panel member is Engineer James Panado of the National Electrification Administration, who will present on rural electrification roadmap for BARMM distribution. So one after the other, each panel member will provide a short presentation. First, let us welcome Cotabato Light President and COO, Valentin Saludes.
My courtesy to Minister of Environment, Natural Resources and Energy, especially to the energetic minister, Honorable Minister Ahmad Ibrahim, and of course to his colleague in Menri, to all the stakeholders who are here this afternoon. I cannot mention you all, but you know who you are. And of course, visitors and guests in this event, good afternoon. I'm not here to discuss about the expansion of Davao Light as discussed by DG Mahajirin Ali, but I am here to discuss with you about how we can invest renewable energy in BARMM. Next slide, please. So this is the outline of my presentation. This is with you about the governing regulation of renewable energy, the solar energy outlook in the country, the solar energy installation in the country, as well as the Clean Energy 10, the new company of Aboitiz Power. Next. So I am trying to ask Mr. Google and Mr. ChatGPT about what is energy sustainability. And both of them said that energy sustainability is all about meeting the requirements of the present without compromising the requirements of the future. So if we look into requirements of the present, we're talking about reliable, affordable, and safe power, but without destroying the environment that can cause degradation to our environment, and it will destroy the humanity or the next generation. So, as per the representation of Secretary Magno this morning, they are thinking that by end of 2030, the generation mix in Mindanao will be at 50-50. 50% conventional and 50% renewable. And I think it's attainable because, in the next slide, this is also the aim of Aboitiz Power. Next slide, please. That we will have an energy mix that provide the Philippines with reliable and affordable power supply. So in this presentation, I will be concentrating on solar power, because that's also where the avoidance power, no, particularly the distribution utility, is trying to encourage our customers to be into solar power. Next slide, please. So this has been introduced, no, by other presenters regarding the Republic Act 9513, which is the Renewable Energy Act of 2008. This provides, no, that to encourage the developers to put up solar generations, so that we will not be dependent to fossil fuels, and at the same time, we will be able to reduce the carbon emission in the country. So we're talking about biomass, solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and ocean. But in my presentation, again, I will be discussing about the solar installation. Next slide, please. So this is just to show, no, the carbon dioxide emission of other generation plants, especially coal, which is, if you look into the CO2, no, not looking into the other emission, which is nitrogen oxide, but in terms of CO2, the emission per kilowatt hour of coal plant is about 820 grams. And if you look into others, it's also higher, but look into the solar, there is still a little bit, but you might ask, why is it that there is a emission for solar? Because that emission accounted during the manufacturing, transportation, and installation of solar power. So that's why if you look into solar, there's still emissions being shown. Okay, next slide, please. So if you look into Philippines, which is a tropical country, looking into the global horizontal irradiance, no, we are at almost 5. You look into the color, and we are actually 5 kilowatt-hour per square meter. But unfortunately, the penetration of solar energy in the country is only 3.5% of the total generation. So meaning, we're not able to harness the capacity or the capability of solar, no, or of the sun that we have in our country. So, how we can invest in BARMM in terms of solar? There are a lot of venues. No? There are small, medium, and high. So I'm going to discuss how you can invest and how you can help introduce or invest renewable energy coming from solar in BARMM. So next slide. So next. So if you heard about net metering, this is a resolution of ERC, Resolution 9 Series of 2013, which is enabling, no, the adoption of the rules of enabling the net metering program. So net metering is a solar panel installed on the rooftops in which some of the generation will be used by the customer and some of it will be exported to the distribution utility. And whatever exported to the distribution utility, the utility is forced to buy whatever you export. So, however, in the net metering, you are only allowed to a maximum of 100 kilowatt. So meaning, if you have a large roof, you cannot maximize your roof because if you want to be in the net metering, you are only allowed to have a 100 kilowatt capacity. Now, next slide. This is just to show the flow chart of a net metering. You have a solar, you have the inverter to convert AC to DC. You have the check meter to look into the generation of your solar, and then some of your generation will be used by the customer, and some of it will be exported to the distribution utility. So in Cotabato City, so Cotabato Light will force to buy whatever you export in the distribution utility. Okay? So, however, ang setback lang nito is that you are only allowed to a maximum of 100 kilowatt. So, if you have a large roof, so what you can do so that you can also maximize the area of your roof. So, next slide. So, you can go into this Resolution 11 Series of 2022 issued by ERC regarding the distribution energy resources. So in this scheme, if you have a large roof or an area where you can put up solar panels in your premises, you can install up to 1 megawatt. So from 100 kilowatt to 1 megawatt. And you can export 30% of your capacity to the distribution utility, and the distribution utility will force to buy whatever you exported to their system. So looking into the next slide, this is the same, no? The same setup, but what is good in this scheme, what is good in this resolution is that you are allowed to put up to 1 megawatt of renewable energy on your roofs or in your premises. So next, so meron pa. Actually, it was discussed by Ms. Anna. This is a department circular issued by Department of Energy 2023-006-0021 that we can put up an embedded renewable energy in a distribution utility without undergoing to CSP or competitive selection process. So, and that's what we are trying to encourage our customers in Cotabato Light. So next. So this is just the flow chart. So all the power generated from this renewable energy will be exported to the distribution utility. So you can embed up to 10 megawatts, and you only discuss it with the distribution utility. So this morning, there are a lot of discussion that we have congestion regarding transmission, right? But the three scheme that I introduced to you, or I presented, will not go to the transmission. You will not talk to the transmission provider, but rather you talk only to the distribution utility. And I think it's easy, no, if you discuss to distribution utility, because they will require only few requirements, and you can connect this kind of renewable energy. Next. Now, if you have a large area, you can put up a solar farms. And I think this is very conducive to BARMM because there are a lot of untouched land in BARMM that you can put up a large scale of solar panels. And of course, when we say large scale, though, it's more than 10 megawatts. So if it is more than 10 megawatts, so you have to connect this to the grid. So this is the scheme that you have to deal with a transmission provider. But this is very suitable to BARMM area because, as I've said, their land is so vast and still untouched. Right? And of course, now when you talk about BARMM, looking into the application, you will be dealing with one team, which is MENRE. So we can talk about the environmental requirements as well as the electrical requirements in one entity. That's why it's easy to deal with BARMM in terms of putting this investment to BARMM areas. Next, so I am going to introduce to you the new company of Aboitiz, which is Cleanergy 10. This is in response to the DOA circular that we can put embedded 10 megawatts to a distribution utility. Next slide, please. So this is the DO circular of DOA. Next, and we are so happy that because of this DOA circular, next slide, please, MENRE is issuing the guidelines of how guidelines governing the award and administration of solar energy operating contracts. And this was implemented last November, Ed, no? So this is fresh from the oven that this memorandum circular issued by MENRE. So right now we are applying to MENRE for the SIOC or the solar energy operating contract because we want to put solar panels of all our buildings in a compound so that we can show to the public, to encourage the public to do the same. That they will also put up solar panels on the rooftops and apply this kind of scheme. Next. So this is just the typical scheme of this project. But for this project, we prioritize the schools. We are talking with NDU, Notre Dame University. We're talking to Cotabato State University because we want to encourage or to enhance the skills of our students regarding renewable energy. So next slide. So next. So what will happen here is that in the school, no, that's what we prioritize to put up this project. It's because we want to put up a laboratory. So in that laboratory, they can see how the solar energy is being generated, the flow chart, as well as we can also increase the knowledge of our students about renewable energy coming from solar. And hopefully, as they move forward to become the movers of this country, they are advocate about renewable energy. Next. And then they can also use this as a reputational mileage of the school, because they can say that their school is compliant to renewable energy and it's environmental friendly. Next slide. So this is a sample of what we're trying to show, especially for the school. Next. And then, of course, when you have a solar panels on the top of your roof, it's like you have a next insulation of your house. Instead of the heat going inside your building, it will be converted by the solar panels, and it will become an energy that you can use, and even you can export it to the distribution utility. So I think that's the last slide. Thank you.
For our second panel presentation, let us welcome Antonio Peralta from the ECCP.
Good afternoon. I'm here this afternoon to present what we do with the chamber as far as the European Chamber of Commerce is concerned. We also are undertaking a project with the European Union in Manila for the BARMM region known as the Bangsamoro Agro Enterprise Program, which works with agricultural value chains primarily, but at the same time we cannot also ignore that the efficiencies of your value chain also rely on available and consistent power supply, which I know is not really present in most parts of the BARMM except perhaps in Cotabato City. So we have been tasked to look at how we could bring in investments, and we know very well that we cannot just bring investments like that if we do not address the basic infrastructure concerns that we see from the private sector to really make some serious investments in the BARMM. At the same time, it also has allowed us to look into other possibilities, and I will discuss that much later in my talk about what the European Chamber can do. One of those things that we have seen, especially for the Basulta provinces, which are comprised of islands in western Mindanao. You have Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, which again have different stages of development. But when I say stages of development, this is dictated by the kind of infrastructure that's present there. No? So we also see the kind of limitations that perhaps the present system of relying on electricity provided by cooperatives, for instance, because again of the financial condition or the financial health of these cooperatives to allow expansions or improvement of their system to really benefit the community at large. No? So in business, as what we have seen, money is still a scarce commodity, but it will not stop a good idea from getting funded. And we are firm believers in this because we have seen how communities are transformed with the right kind of investment mix coming into that. And we are seeing already the impact of what we're doing, especially in areas like in the Basilan province. No? So I don't know if there's anybody from Basilan here, but it's getting really a lot of attention. At least thank you for acknowledging that. No? We are really very active in pursuing. You have two major investors that are coming in. And really, the challenge has also been, where do we get the electricity for this? So I'll get into that, because one possibility is, and this is for the sake of discussion, of the establishment of microgrids. No? So that's something else that I think can be considered for the Basulta area. So I'll talk first about the European Chamber. No? Next slide, please. So the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, it was founded in 1978 with over 900 members and strong presence across key regions. When I say key regions, these are in Davao, Cagayan de Oro. You have two ECCP offices covering Mindanao in these cities. And in the Visayas, you have Cebu and Iloilo. And in Luzon, you have Makati and Clark. So our chamber has basically expanded to these areas. And we have members in the European Chamber that come from the BARMM. And they have been with us for over 5-7 years now. And we are very proud about the relationship that we have had with our members in that part of this country's region. No? Then we support members through market access, business consultancy, and human capital development. We connect all stakeholders locally and internationally to drive growth and foster collaboration across sectors. Understanding what we are in the European Chamber, we are part of the European Business Organization Network, which are comprised of all the European chambers all over the world. So it's not just ECCP or European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, but that. And that is also one thing that we're venturing now, is to expand the trade relationships that we have established in the BIMP-IAGA. And BIMP-IAGA itself is a unique, I would say, sub-regional grouping. But at the same time, you will wonder, especially if you're in Mindanao, and I was part of the group that helped set that up during the term of then President Ramos, bakit hanggang ngayon wala pa rin private sector investment here in Mindanao? There may have been some, but over time, nawala rin. So it led me to thinking that perhaps there must be a new approach that we can get to bring in investments. So, together with my colleagues in the Japanese chamber, we have now explored the possibility of bringing in our counterparts in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore to consider Mindanao, especially in the BARMM area, as a venue for the expansion of their supply chains. But to get them to come in, I go back to the basics. Do we have what it takes to become an investment destination? There are 4, or I believe 5 criteria that we look at. Of course, it's a very good road network. That's one. A stable electricity, availability of water, and the other one is very good telecommunication networks. And of course, the most important of all, how stable is the peace and order situation. We in the European Chamber have pioneered and worked with Minda on the lifting of EO 55. That declared Mindanao as a state in a lawless state. This was a result of the bombing that took place in, not even in the BARMM. It happened here in Davao, the night market bombing in Rojas Street. No? So that led to the declaration of this, and over time, the declaration was there, but it must have been buried in some desk somewhere, but that was the basis why there was no investments coming in, because that was the basis of how these travel advisories were issued It's an interesting thing because we are not really as difficult place to be in. I have traveled all throughout BARMM. I have seen the highs and lows of when you talk about conflicts, and that's one thing that I educate also, and I've taken it for my chamber to really understand and explain to our counterparts that when you talk about problems in the BARMM, it is not one that's ideological dahil may peace agreement naman, napirma naman yan. And what you see in the papers are really, I will tie down to land disputes. So there's really the framing of Mindanao that's important here. And I can go on this, but I guess I was given this task to talk more about our chamber, but for those that has worked with me, we have been known to really deliver the kind of things that we feel are necessary to bring more equitable growth in the different communities we work in. So we have 24 sector committees, name it, from agriculture all the way to health, down to energy. So these are comprised of large companies in Metro Manila that meet regularly and assess the kind of situation. And we have been responsible for pushing for serious policy advocacies in different government policies that we see fit that can really enable investments to come in. So at the same time, the community then would benefit from it. So now, next, let's go to that BARMM landscape, its market potential. Do we have the next slide? Next. Next. Yeah, okay. Next slide. So BARMM is undergoing a significant governance transformation following the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the establishment of autonomous institutions. With improving peace and security conditions, the region is increasingly seen as a frontier for high-impact investment. Energy access in BARMM is directly linked to economic participation, poverty reduction, and improved community resilience. One of the things that really drew my attention as I was discussing with Val Saludes of Cotabato Light was I wondered why a number of your municipalities in Maguindanao del Sur and Maguindanao del Norte are holding offices in Cotabato City. And the reason was simple, because they had stable electricity. And at the same time, I saw also the limitations of what our electric cooperatives could provide. And of course, this is a serious policy issue that must be addressed not only on the BARMM level, but also on the national level. What do we do with this? Is it something else that we can still remedy, or is it something else that perhaps a stronger position taken by national government to really ensure that there's really regular supply of electricity to these places? And development can follow after that. Because at the end of the day, you'll ask yourself, if you were an investor, would you invest in a situation where ang sabi nga sa akin, parang Christmas tree daw, patay sindi, patay sindi. That kind of modality, no? I mean, of course, it made me also think, if I am an investor in the like, there are many other places that I can go to, but at the same time, what do we do naman with the economic prospects of promoting BARMM? Consider this, we have Polyok Port. Consider that we also have the Bangsamoro export zone. But both of them are lacking in electrical supply, electricity supply. So it's either really pushing hard for approaches like public-private partnerships to happen. This is something else that I will ask Menre about. And I'm sure you will welcome this, because this would be a faster way of really bringing in investments, no? But of course, there's the other factors that I mentioned earlier are very important to really ensuring that investments can really come in more on a regular basis, no? So with improving peace and security conditions, the region is increasingly seen as a frontier for high-impact investment. Which brings me to the point of the underdevelopment of Basulta. how do you do that? I mean, since the peace agreement, I've been around long enough to understand that, and I witnessed the signing of the first peace agreement with the MNLF in '95. And I saw also the level of development then in Basulta and what I see now. And I hate to say, there's not much really that happened. And I trace this to the lack of infra investments in the area. So kami, we are still hopeful. We're pushing for some initiatives together with the European Union delegation in Manila. And we are continually working on looking at making sure that we're able to at least establish a submarine cable all the way from Zamboanga all the way to Tawi-Tawi. Once this happens and the like, I can really see the kind of changes that can happen in areas like Tawi-Tawi. And it can make a stronger point and a stronger push for Tawi-Tawi to become a transshipment point. Again, it's been recorded that you have about 500 to 700 vessels that traverse the area. So could you imagine that kind of traffic that Tawi-Tawi can benefit from? And that's just one area. If you're able to improve your port conditions, your port development, your airports in that area, this will be really a powerhouse to contend with. And I see a lot of it really tied into the way infrastructure investments are carried out in Basulta. So I earlier talked, and I had a discussion with the gentleman from Land Bank. And I am passionate about the way financing is being carried out. Bakit? Because I really see for a product, a financing product like that, that would benefit the BARMM, must suit the culture of the people in BARMM. For the longest time, we have been talking about this kind of products, interest-bearing pa that, which is not considered to be haram if you're looking at Islamic financing. But at the same time, it is something else that needs to be talked about. Hindi pwede yun business as usual, and I'll bet you, in the next 5 years, you'll come up with the same products and talk to the same audience, and perhaps not even us. It could be some other audience that will take our place. But it's the same thing. And I believe that banks like Land Bank should really be more sensitive to the kind of financing that it offers our brothers here in the BARMM area. And that is something else that I take from experience because I trained in Islamic banking as well. So I can speak on this. And I know, and I've had discussions with DBP, bakit ganito? You know, if I were to look at where your block grant money is going, it's benefiting essentially your land bank itself. And the one that has the ownership of your Al-Amana Islamic Bank is DBP. Don't you think a transfer of some of the resources, especially because they're infra bank, can be done? So yun, those are the things. I can talk more about the kind of opportunities out there, and I'll just go very briefly. Some of this you already know about the kind of existing projects that we have in BARMM. We have a seaweed project that is in Tawi-Tawi. Again, we're asked to look at this because the kind of distribution, the kind of relationship they have with the energy provider like Tawelco needs some careful working out. So we're up to the task with that. Now, the key challenges. Next slide. Can we go to the slide on the key challenges? Yes. Okay. Geography and limited infrastructure, overlapping responsibilities. These are things that we see in the private sector happening, no? Then higher perceived risk and limited access. And you have investor perception, which is really important. That's why sinasamahan namin yan. And we explain, and we are the ones that really are on the line with this, with investors that we're bringing in, no? So, but at the same time, we're giving them help build the confidence of what it will take to pursue investments in the BARMM. Now, you have other laws. I think the next one is also important, the CREATE Act. Next slide. Okay, so, and then you have Executive Order number 18 on green lanes for strategic investments. The next one is also Executive Order number 18 on green lanes for strategic investments. I've given the Secretariat a copy of this. For those that wish to get more details of this, you can ask the Secretariats for copies of this. No? And of course, DOE Circular 2022-11-0034, no? Which is the amended 2008 Renewable Energy Act. No? So it talks about a lot of modalities, including the enhancement of project financing, as well as proposed IPIRA amendments, no? Which, again, strengthens consumer protection and competition and the like, and improvement of transmission development. So the role of ECCP generally is in its advocacies that it pursues. No? So as I said, we have 24 advocacy committees, and we have come up with advocacy papers which we give to government agencies every year. Meron tayo niyan, no? We update that. We regularly look at the investment landscape, look at the policies that work and what won't work. And we engage our counterparts in government agencies regarding the kind of policy modifications that can be made. So we also provide business consultancy, which also provides business services to assist our members, clients, and partners, no? Including looking for the right kind of partners to invest in your area, market research, the conduct of a business mission, and other customized business services. So that, in essence, is really what I'm here for as a chamber. We are a business support organization, and we work with not only investors, but also with government agencies that are present in the area. So with that, I end my talk. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Peralta. To present his topic on Rural Electrification Roadmap for BARMM Generation and Transmission, may we welcome on stage Engineer 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌 from the National Power Corporation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of one and only God Almighty Allah. Greetings to our partners, stakeholders who are interested in investing in the energy requirements of BARMM areas, particularly Basulta, our DOE team, MENRI team, MINDA team, the ECCP, the NGOs, and the private industry partners. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to present the National Power Corporation Missionary Electrification Initiative for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARMM of grid areas. This discussion highlights our mandate, our current accomplishment in our strategic roadmap toward achieving universal access to electricity in the region. NPC mandate and role in missionary electrification. The NPC's authority to energize off-grid missionary areas is grounded in the Republic Act 6395 as amended and reinforced by Republic Act 9136, or otherwise called IPIRA. Through its Small Power Utilities Group, or SPAG, NPC serves communities that are geographically isolated and unconnected to the main grid, areas where private investment is limited and the cost of electrification is high. Our mission remains firm to provide reliable, affordable, sustainable electricity to the most underserved communities, ensuring energy equity and national development.
The missionary electrification in BARMM, the current landscape. BARMM is one of the most geographically fragmented region in the country, with island municipalities spread across the Sulu Sea. Despite this challenge, NPC continues to expand electrification coverage. As of October 2025, NPC's PAG plans across Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi have energized significant number of barangays, municipal centers, households in collaboration with local electric cooperatives. While the region has made progress, gaps remain, especially in small island, unserved sitios, and power plant communities. The missionary electrification at a glance data shows household connection, barangay coverage, and priority areas for inclusion in the missionary electrification plan for 2025 to 2029. These figures serve as the basis for settling targets and identifying sites for future projects. So we have in slide 8 the NPC roadmap for BARMM electrification. So grounded on the access to electricity, we have projects that include diesel solar hybrid power systems, distribution lines for new and existing areas, household electrification and electrical connection, mini-grid programs, and what we called photovoltaic mainstreaming. So to align with the national total electrification roadmap of 100% household electrification by 2028. Another also roadmap is the power system reliability and resilience. Improving operational reliability is a must. We note that both Baselco and Soleco are currently conducting the CSP for new power providers of around 18.5 and 20 megawatt respectively. This future supply arrangement will complement NPC missionary undertakings and ensure sustainability and reliability. We have also the clean and affordable electricity. For the energy future depends on reducing diesel dependency. NPC is implementing an accelerated hybridization program across Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, and Basilan. From 2025 to 2029, multiple power plants will be upgraded into diesel solar hybrid facilities equipped with energy storage system. This include major hybridization effort in the Tandubas Islands, Sibutu, Simunol, Languyan, Mapon, Siasi, Pangutaran, and other island municipalities. This shift will reduce fuel use, lower generation costs, improve service hours, and support climate goals. And last is the strengthening partnership in governance. The journey to full electrification requires unified support, collaboration with electric cooperatives, LGU, BARMM ministries, national agencies, private investors, and the communities themselves is critical. The multi-stakeholder synergy is the backbone of accelerating BARMM's energy transition. So for our roadmap in the provinces of Basilan, outlines new diesel solar hybrid power plants for small islands like Lampinigan, Sangbay Big and Small, Tamok Islands, Manangal Island, among others. Distribution line expansion and new household connection will target islands such as Linungan, Dasalan, Langil in Sibago. NPC is also set to energize new area through diesel plants in Saluping, Bubuan, Baluk-Baluk Islands, and Palahangan starting 2026. For Sulu, beginning in 2026, we have a new diesel plants in this group of islands of Mangingi, such as the Paarol, Mangalao, and Tatalan. Also in Lugus, Bukutua, Bulan. We have also the hybridization project. In the future will cover Pata, Tapul, Daungdung, Tabialan, and Balingingi. That is between 2026 and 2029. Also, the DL extension will reach underserved islands, including Bulan, Bangingi, and Paarol. For the province of Tawi-Tawi Energization is more immediate in Tawi-Tawi. Diesel plants for Tabawan, Taganak, Sikubong already energized in 2025. By 2026 to 2027, more islands such as Baldatal Islam, Mantabuan, Latuan, and Banaran will be energized. Hybridization in Tampangkan Dampo under South Ubian, another island, is also programmed for hybridization. Another mandate of NPC SPAG is to increase the service hour, expand by 2029, NPC will operate 61 SPAG power plants across BARMM, significantly improving service hours in Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi. This marks an unprecedented scale of electrification in the regions. So we have these various challenges and call to action and goal. Of course, we have the financial constraint under the Universal Charge Missionary Electrification structure, wherein accordingly we have around 30 billion to be released by the ERC. Then the nature of the basalta change of islands, geographic isolation, logistical difficulty, just like what we mentioned a while ago, the socioeconomic, cultural consideration, transitioning to renewable energy sources, institutional and governance capacity gaps. So NPC urges all partners in BARMM ministries, LGUs, electric cooperatives, national agencies, private stakeholders in the communities to accelerate electrification effort, support RE development, strengthen coordination and policy alignment, encourage the private sector participation. And our ultimate goal is envision BARMM with universal access to electricity with renewable high-quality power supply. Last slide. So in PC, we have the power, we have to propel, to protect, and to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darayan. For our final presentation on Rural Electrification Roadmap for BARMM Distribution, let us hear it from National Electrification Administration's Engineer James Panado.
Good afternoon. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Minister Ahmad A. Ibrahim of MEMRE, and also for his continuous guidance and support for the electrification program in BARMM. And we likewise acknowledge the valuable cooperation of DOE and also MINDA, and also the various electric cooperatives. And we also express our gratitude to our partners, other government agencies, and also NGAs, for their sustained assistance and partnership. For their support is a big part for us, electric cooperatives. Sige, the presentation na. Yan. Sige, next. So about the National Electrification Administration, next. So our mandate is to the total electrification of the country through PD 269. So converted NEA into government corporation. So organize and develop ECs. And in PD 1645, so broaden the NEA's lending and regulatory power over the ECs. Next. Also in Republic Act 9136, so prepared ECs to operate and compete with deregulated environment, strengthen technical capability, and in 10531 to pursue its mandate for sustainable development in rural areas. Sige, next. Of course, as we know, notable accomplishment of NEA, we've been energizing the last mile schools. We can say the GIDAS. So makita natin yung mga schools na, of course, there is schools and dun sa mga kasulok-sulok all far-flung areas is wala silang mga kuryente. So we provide off-grid solutions for those schools. Also, next, we also help some of the ECs when it comes dun sa generation. So in like Proshelco, so in installation ng mga new power plants in Siquijor. Next, also we also help the ECs in power restoration efforts caused by typhoons and earthquakes. So recently lang with Maselco and Samelco 1. Okay, next. Sige, next pa. Yan. For the sustainable energy for smart cities and rural electrification. Next, the presidents have directives for us the 100% total electrification and also address the non-performing ECs and as much as possible use the renewable energies for us to have the bagong Pilipinas. Next. So our legacy projects. Okay, next na. So for us, we have that SEP. So the Sitio Electrification Program, and it aims to expand electricity access by targeting unenergized, unserved sitios. So these sitios often have no existing power supply infrastructure and are typically located in GIDAS. So as for this year, now we have already accomplished 948 sitios. Next is the BLEP. So it is the connection of the grid of barangays previously energized by small generating sets, solar home system, microhydro, and it also covers the improvement of tapping point and installation of possible underground or submarine, and also NPCs pag unserved or underserved areas. So far for this year, we have accomplished 35 BLEP. Okay, next. So, the electrification of last mile school. So, initially, NEA planned to complete 295 projects under, or we can say 295 schools under the last mile school electrification program. Now, for the next slide, electrification programs for Mindanao and BARMM regions. So, next slide. So, all in all, we have 3.6 billion funding for 2026 program. And out of this 3.6, we have 2.5 billion funding for Mindanao, FARPLAN. And also, part of it, so later, makita natin kung ano po yung finanding po natin for BARMM. So, next. So, the local total electrification roadmap or LTER. So, these are the projects, the SEP, the BLEP. Some of it is DU-initiated programs, NEA SHEP, or the solar home electrification program, DOE ER194, NPC, also the missionary electrification program of NPC. And some of it possible na ongoing, DUMGSP. Of course, sige, isa-isay na natin, yung next slide. For Tawelco, we have for 2025, 57, 178 projects. For 2026, 2027, we have 200, and 2028, we have 183. For a total of 47,330 household na mabibigyan po natin ng ilaw. So lahat na po yan sama-sama na so sinamarize na natin para for the purpose of time. Next is that for Soleco. Although hindi na siya naging ano ng farm, but for 2025 we had 384, 2026 376, 2027 377, and 2028 is 295. So all in all, we have 36,198 households po na part, no. Next po is the Shaselco. So we have 2025 62, 2026 76, 2027 76, and 2028 72. All in all, 6,709 household. Next is the Magelco. 2025 we had 721, 742 for 2026, 747 for 2027, and 741 for 2028. For a total of 57,580 household. And Lasoreco, for 2025, 997, 78 for 2026, 976 for 2027, and 2028, we have also 976 for total of 47,330 household. Naulit po yung towel ka na. So next is the Baselco. For 2025, we have 50, 2026, 38, 32 for 2027, and 20 for 2028. For a total of 65,712 households. So next po, yung counterpart po niya na budgetary requirements. So sige, next. For Tawelco, so ito po, for 2025, we have 147 million. For 2026, 537. 2027, 516. And 2028, 434. Next. For Suleco, so we have 745 million for 2025. 2026, we have 622. And 636 for 2027, and 610 for 2028. For Shaselco, we have 78 million for 2025, 119 for 2026, 112 for 2027, and 199 for 2028. Next. For Magelco, so we have 1 billion for 2025, 2026, 996, 2027, 973, and 998 for 2028. For Lazareco, we have 73 for 2025, 991 for 2026, 703 for 2027, 764 for 2028. For Caselco, we have 19.76 for 2025, 48.46 for 2026, 2027 we have 30.59, and 2028 5.84. So last is the Baselco, we have 147 million for 2025, 537 for 2026, 516 for 2027, and 434 for 2028. That's all pa. Thank you pa.
Thank you to our panel members for those insights. Now we will proceed with the panel discussion. So to lead this conversation, allow me to introduce to you our moderator, Ms. Emmanuel Feliciano. Ms. Feliciano's career is marked by significant roles in policymaking and project implementation. As a Philippine country manager at RELP, she effectively managed operations. She led a study on the Green Energy Auction Program, providing a comprehensive assessment of the auction design and clearing price for this important RE program. Her leadership was also evident in her relationship with the Department of Energy in the Energy Regulatory Commission. At FDC Utilities, she led its corporate planning unit, handling strategic planning, developed research on renewable energy certificates, and managed environmental impact assessments for power projects. She also developed financial and risk assessment models for different utility-scale power projects. Ms. Feliciano's expertise extends beyond her corporate roles. She is an independent consultant on several projects covering climate mitigation, adaptation, and renewable energy. This role allows her to apply her knowledge and skills to various initiatives, demonstrating her versatility and commitment to advancing sustainable energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Emmanuel Feliciano and our panel members on stage for our final panel discussion.
So are we still open for discussion? I guess we got encyclopedic information for our panel. They all presented a wide variety of topics for our private investors. So let me call Miko. You're not in the you're not in the our panelists, panel 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Valentin Saludes, Antonio Peralta, Engineer Darayan, and Engineer Panado. Come on stage. And if anyone has questions right now that's they've been keeping in their hearts, please sit down. Oh, it's an all-male panel. It's not gender, Just kidding. Hello, ETPU and OPS. So, this discussion is critical as we explore pathways for the private investors to come in because it's a much needed. We have a plan, but how do we make that plan into to make it happen? All those plans, we need the private sector. So our first question would be for our panelist for NAPOCOR. You presented a NAPOCOR has how many years na ang NAPOCOR, sir?
Established in 1936.
See, 1936. So that's how many years, right? 90. So, and it has been the role of NAPOCOR to bring electricity to our underserved communities, and it's still doing its missionary work. What are the biggest financial challenges in transitioning from diesel? I see that you presented that the roadmap that there's diesel, solar, hybrid. And how do we invite the private sector to invest in these areas?
Actually, we have a lot of challenges, from the NAPOCOR point of view. Within its own, we have, as I told a while ago, we need a lot of money. You know how costly the hybrid project are, and really, we have around pending release from ERC, we have around more or less 30 billion pesos. And that would be good enough. It can be released by ERC, and we have a small amount coming from national government, maybe from 2.5 billion yearly to 3 billion. So we need private investor to come in especially in Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. As we can see, the demand are high in Basilan. We have around increasing to 15 megawatt. And in 3 years' time, maybe 20. In Sulu, we have also running after Basilan demand. We have around 12 megawatt, again, to 15. And for Tawi-Tawi, for Bungaw, it is already taken by private investor, the Caltemex. And we have around 7.5 megawatt peak. And for the small islands, we have around, on the average, we have 300 kilowatt to 500 kilowatt demand. And nakaano po yun lahat, naka open for private sectors participation.
But how has been the uptake from the private sector? You've been there for decades.
Since the IPIRA, in 2003, then we are now in 2025. We only have one private investor, the 𝐁𝐀𝐑𝐌𝐌, owned by an Indian company. So isa lang po yung pumasok, and yung plan for competitive selection process of Basilco last 2 months ago, there was no taker.
Okay. I heard for our Cotabato Light representative, you mentioned that you are engaging in solar power for embedded generation. Is there room for you and Napocor to work on these underserved communities? And for your projects, what are the typical financing structures that you are offering for solar rooftop or commercial or institutional electrification?
Yeah, for Aboitiz, this is about the 10 megawatts embedded solar panel, so in the distribution utility. So in Cotabato Light, we are adapting it because we have to make sure that the distribution utility is also amenable with this kind of installation. So Aboitiz, since Cotabato Light is also an Aboitiz,
Yeah.
so we are good, no, in terms of doing this because, of course, no, the vision of Aboitiz is to have this balanced mix of power generation. And in terms of finance, actually, we are doing this without any cost from the owner of the roofs.
Okay.
So if it is from school, so there's no single centavo that the school will put in. We will put everything. We will provide education to the students, and whatever generation, no, we will discuss it, no, commercially. But there's no investment coming from the school. Regarding working with Napocor, we are not yet exploring this because, as I've said, no, this is embedded. So we are talking to a distribution utility,
Okay.
not to Napocor or to the transmission provider. So we're talking with distribution utility. Actually, we're talking Double Light. We're talking also Bisan Electric. We are prioritizing our own distribution utility because it's easy to talk.
Okay.
So we're just on the same boat. So we're trying to fast-track this project so that we can also increase the solar penetration in the distribution network of the country.
Okay. So outside of the Aboitiz group, you haven't approached any of the DUs?
We already approached and we're waiting for the response.
Okay.
In Cotabato, we also discussed it with Cotelco. And we are waiting for the response because there are clients there who wants to put up big solar panels on the roofs because they have a large roof and they're not able to use it.
Okay. Thank you. For Mr. Peralta, you mentioned a long list of risks, and you mentioned that you want the financing to be adapted to the place where the infrastructure will be built or the project will be built. What financing instruments do you see that will work here in BARMM and with our goal of energy access, making it the projects climate resilient, and at the same time really serve the people that the projects are built for?
Okay, when we talk about financing, let me clarify. Earlier, the point that was being driven was investments or that would be for the benefit, let's say, of the BARMM or the owner of the facilities in BARMM, no? The kind of financing package there would really be your Islamic financing packages. No? You have, they don't really have loans. It's more of like a joint venture financing,
So, equity
where you get to
financing,
really share in the profit.
Yeah.
So profit sharing yan. Now, why am I so optimistic about this? Because if you look at this kind of investment, it does take some length of time for you to recover your investment.
Yeah.
And if you're going to burden it with interest rates and the like, it will not make your project feasible. Because again, there's that limitations as far as your financial inflows, cash inflows, as it relates to your investment returns, no? It will be less because, of course, there's the interest factor. But if you take that out and put that under a joint venture modality or profit sharing, I think you have a better rate of return, and it'll make it more. It will draw more interest coming from potential investors. But there are also investors that really are, used to the conventional side. One of them is even Aboitiz. Aboitiz has that advantage because they have Union Bank. They have a built-in financing mechanism. I'm talking of even in the case of San Miguel Global Power, they have Bank of Commerce, which is really owned by this. It's the large companies that really have this capability. But for the others, like let's say from Europe, we do have other European investors that want to really explore that. And we have, mind you, it's a question of really addressing the aspect of them being allowed to travel in BARMM, because I go back to the basic thing of this travel advisories, how it's really affecting the kind of perception that we're looked at outside. And it's really something that I have discussed time and again with Minda, because I said, you may come up with the best plans. You may come up with, let's say, a very good presentation of it, but at the end of the day, is it really happening? Because a lot of these are impeded. So I go back to the kind of investors that we have here, the local-born investors, like in the case of Aboitiz, because they've been here. Come hell or high water, they are here to really work it out. And it's them that can tell a story to our foreign audience that Mindanao is way past already its growing pains, no? So hindi naman ganun kasama talaga. And that's why the advantage before and now, let me point out, is that before, in the 90s, you had only one foreign chamber, and that's the American chamber. Right now in Mindanao, you have 4 major foreign chambers: the Japanese, European, Canadian, and American chambers. To top it all, you have in 2016, I recall you have about 8 consulates. 3 consulates then were your regular consulate generals that issued visas for travel to their countries, and the rest were honorary consulates. Right now, from 8, it's now 26. So what does that tell us? The world is really looking at us here, na hindi naman pala ganun kasama. So it's just a matter of time. And that's what we have, and we have brought ambassadors to visit different parts of BARMM, also with investors. We have been bringing them there. So you see, to an investor, a particular problem is an investment opportunity. Yun ang mindset ng private sector. Kaagad nakikita nila, kulang ito. But it will not stop them, because they know that they can build that, or they can trigger off that investment that would really give them a good return for their investment.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And I think the first BARMM Sustainable Energy Master Plan is a good signal for investors that we have studied what is happening. We are not drawing in water, and that it is rooted in research and what is actually happening on the ground. And it's aligned with the national plans and our national goals. For Engineer Panado, you presented your 3-year plan of household electrification. Household electrification has its own challenges. Are you looking at partners in achieving that household electrification targets, or NEA is doing it on its own, from its own funds?
For the funding of the electrification, most of it comes from the GAA.
Okay.
But if the funds is there, so upon implementing it, so not just the ECs like in Magelco, Lasoreco. So hindi lang po sila. So also it came to help by the other electric cooperatives. Like in Lasoreco, the Moresco one is the one implementing for them for faster So because recently for the BARMM ECs, we have that AOM for COA regarding liquidation that could be an issue for them na para hindi po sila makakuha ng mga subsidy. But si NEA, so craft niya yung ganun pong scheme na sige, upon that time na kino-complete ng electric cooperatives yung mga documents na needed niya to fully liquidated yung mga projects before, is hindi ma-stop yung electrification by tapping other need for electric cooperatives for them to implement. So that happens to Lasoreco and also for Magelco.
Are these purely renewable energy, or is it a hybrid solution?
We have both, so the extension of lines like SEP and BLEP, and also we have that PBM, photovoltaic mainstreaming. So that's a solar home solutions.
Solar home solutions.
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned a lot of numbers, and these are all borne by the NEA, within the budget of NEA. It's getting late. Maybe I ask each one of you an ask from our MENRE to encourage investment in BARMM based on what you've seen on the ground and what you want to see in the future of BARMM as we move forward with our Sustainable Energy Master Plan.
I would like to thank MENRE Group for adapting some project. Dalawang project yata sila in Tawi-Tawi. We have in Tartar Island and Sapa Mike Island, right? And I'm requesting as a native of Basolta to adapt more project in Western BARMM areas. And we know for a fact that NPC is having the monetary problem, and going to those RE projects, establishing power plants, and we need really MENRE to be the partner in BARMM areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, what is the ECCP's ask from our stakeholders?
We are really, first of all, I'd like to thank MENRE and the initiative of the conference organizers to come up with a roadmap. It just made it a lot easier for us to really see where the entry points can be. Earlier, I did talk about microgrids because the Basulta area is really suitable for this kind of power supply. That I believe. And we do have a group that is very interested right now from a very reputable company. It's publicly listed. And if we're able to convince them to really come, because they have expressed that they will set up the facility, but at the same time, work with the existing electric cooperatives. Because we cannot ignore that because they take care of the distribution also. So, kailangan ma-handle natin yan. And maybe working hand in hand would really upscale the kind of management that you have for these cooperatives to make them financially viable. But then, again, this is a function of time. But I think we have all the right parts to really make this go. We're not stopping there. I earlier mentioned about the submarine cable project that's going to be undertaken soon with the baseline studies to be done by the Ministry of Transportation and Communications, which will be supported by the European Union. So again, these are the things that we really see on the ground. We want to work not only just putting an investment, but giving a sense of ownership to the communities where these investments are. At the same time, you really promote inclusive growth with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peralta.
I would like to our stakeholders. I think there is I believe there is a successful project that been partnered with Minda in the Mindanao. So the corn sheller. So of course it was powered by solar, and through solar yung corn sheller na kabuhayan ng mga tao in that rural areas is nailawan. So why am I saying this? So I think malaking bagay sa rural development yung electrification itself. And siguro aside from energizing yung household, if it would be partnered dun sa mga possible na possible na source of income on that area, like kung agriculture man yan, yung electrification collaboration dun sa agriculture, kung fishing pwede din, and also siguro aside from that is yung mga microgrid system na baka pwede, kasi renewable, we're sourcing out renewable, like kung baka may mga micro na hydro, when it comes dun sa Lanao Sur, because of that Agus. Of course, NPC is developing yung mga large na hydro system for that, but what if may mga small scale na mga renewable energy, and siguro yun nga magiging successful yon if it is partnered with the with the industry na available dun sa lugar na yon, kasi yung kumbaga yung cash flow ng community, syempre kung may facility meron ding maintenance diyan, and of course most of all it would be really, I could say, successful sa mga province if electric cooperatives is there involved in partnership with electric cooperatives. So I was really happy for Sir Peralta yung kung ilan yung chamber na nadagdag as of now, na of course they have that wide point of view. If there's a problem, then there could be business opportunities. And I think maybe it with in partnership with NEA, electric cooperatives, lalo na pagdating sa electrification and dun sa rural development, it would be good, or it would be successful in partnership with other NGAs also, and government other government like Minda. We really appreciate our partnership with Minda because it been a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I'm the last. So, first and foremost, I would like to thank our friends from Menre for inviting us to this forum. So, this morning, DG Nasri Abbas presented to us regarding the outlook in BARMM. And if you look into his presentation, there are a lot of opportunities that the investors can capitalize. However, during the discussion, the panel discussion this morning together with DG Mohajer and Ali, investment is nothing if we will not correct the power condition in BARMM. Because first and foremost, the investors will not go to this area if the power is not reliable, sustainable, and affordable. So this is a big challenge to, I think, Menre, because this is part of the responsibility, something that they can work on. They can work together with the private sector so that they can correct this big issue of BARMM, because, as I've said, the locality will not improve unless the power condition will become better. So the private sectors are willing to help, as long as we have all the support coming from BARMM, particularly Menre, so that we will be able to improve the power condition in BARMM. saying for Cotabato Light, we are already there, no, and we are close to the area where the BARMM is operating. So we will try our best to help also BARMM together with MINRE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question from our audience. Sige, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good afternoon po. I think my question is for Sir Saludes. On the perspective of the consumers and with all of these initiatives and projects that are being developed and with the energy master plan of the BARMM, can we expect a significant decline in the next 12 or 24 months of our electric bills?
Oh,
You're on the spot, sir. Go ahead.
that's a good question. So I just explain what this electricity bill. So electricity bill composed of generation, transmission, and distribution. And when you look into your bill, that include taxes, right? And missionary electrification and everything. If you look into your bill, the distribution part of the bill is what we're charging to you. And our rate is the same since 2009. And actually right now we are into PBR. So the distribution rate of Cotabato Light is still
16 years old.
16 years old. And actually if you look into the books of Cotabato Light, the financial people at the corporate saying that you are operating at a loss. With the service that you are giving, you're operating at a loss. So, when you look into the total bill, you're from Cotabato, ma'am? Dato din. So, you are a customer of Cotabato Light? Magelco. So, actually, in Mindanao, Magelco is the lowest rate.
Okay.
It's the lowest rate because they are all PISAM. They are not getting power from other sources. So that's why during summertime there are a lot of since they don't the PISAM has no water, so maraming rotational brownout. But as we are getting power from different sources, so that any time of the year we can supply 24/7. But looking into the rate of the entire Mindanao, Cotabato Light is the lowest. Look into the other co-ops there, 11, 10, even Double Light, they are much higher compared to Cotabato Light. Our residential rate is only at 8 to 9 pesos compared to the other DUs, which I think they're already more than 10. So, I think we are so lucky if you are in Cotabato Light that you are still enjoying with the lowest rate. Since that rate was 2000, that was 2009 pa. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, may question pa tayo. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Magandang hapon. I am Ismail Jamil from Director General of the MAFAR, basically for the agriculture. I have two questions. One is pertaining to this generation in terms of the renewable in connection with the agriculture, for instance, biomass or other types of the renewable. But my point from now is the alternative electrification for the farmers. You know, there are a lot of presentations, a lot of opportunities, and even the presentations on the development for the energy. It's quite promising and very interesting. However, for the current situations, you know, our small-scale farmers is really facing a challenge on our processing. So, in terms of reducing the losses, only solution is the energy, because even though if you can provide some facilities, for instance, rice processing, it requires 3-phase. We have a lot of vision also to do some processing for the corn and other commodities, but challenging is always processed in other provinces or other regions of this country. So, in return, parati tayong parang labor lang ang nangyayari sa farmers. So, yun yung gusto sana namin malaman bilang paano rin maka-access si Sir dito, kasama rin to sa mga farmers maka-access yung mga small cooperatives natin sa mga opportunities na nabanggit kanina. Second is, usually as a simple citizen in living in Cotabato or in Maguindanao, we always facing this power interruption and rotational brownouts. So sometimes even we had meetings with the Economic Development Committee chaired by Mafar. Pag pumupunta kami sa baba, laging sinasabi aside from the food security that we are facing is the energy security. So how we can collab with these two main concern, not only in the BARMM but it's a global trend concern. So yun lang po ang binigyan ko lang ng halimbawa yung interruption tapos yung sa processing namin na talagang apektado yung ating mga small scale farmers and fisher folks. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. I think related yan dun sa sinasabi ni Engineer Panado na parang productive use of energy sources, particularly in agriculture or yung agriculture waste, katulad ng sinabi nyo, yung biomass. Tie it to something productive so that it would be redound to the community themselves and something that we could move forward as we plan ahead from the master plan towards an actionable plan throughout the years. Do you want to add, sir?
Yes, sir. Regarding dun sa ating mga farmers, no, I think, yun nga, for now, siguro, the solution is not the extending of lines, but I believe it's the microgrid system na stand-alone dun sa lugar na yun. Kasi if we keep on, this is what we're talking, no, na hindi lahat kasi ng solution na conventional na extend ng line. Kasi ang magiging problem talaga nun is the reliability issues. No? Kasi dahil masukal yung lugar, so maraming puno, ganon. And yun nga, pag in-extend mo na extend yung line, later on, maglo-low voltage din yun sa dulo. So I believe the proper solution for that is that the microgrid, no? So if you have told kanina na possible, pwede yung biomass, that's good, no? So yun nga, ang kailangan natin dyan is, of course, previously kasi, no, may mga grant funding for the una kasi diyan nagsisimula yan sa yung studies dun sa lugar kung talagang yun yung magiging way. And later on, yung sustainability kasi, no, pagdating sa sa energy. Kasi although previously, no, yung mga nangyari in the past kung paano in-energize yung mga bahay is parang naglagay lang ng solar and then naiwan dun sa mga households, no. And of course, technically speaking, hindi nila kayang i-sustain yun and i-maintain yun in the future. So for us, I think siguro it could be better na yun nga. Una, initially nakikita ko baka yun yung solution, microgrid, and then mapuntahan yung yung community. And of course, studies dun sa lugar, and of course, syempre, lahat naman ng projects and studies after that is kailangan talaga ng funding. But yun nga, initially yung pag-gathering ng mga data na and possible na kunyari ilang household ba o gaano kalaking community would be a good thing, no, kasi previously kasi nasa planning din ako. So yun usually yung perspective ng mga mga grant, no. So ilan ba yung community na pwede nating ano ba yung industry on that sa lugar na yan. So malaking bagay yan yung data, no. So kung may na mag-gather and upon that siguro of course, yung mga agencies for us, MEMRE, also MINDA, in collaboration yan. Of course, NEA, kung lalo na sa franchise area ng electric cooperative yan, sila yung magka-craft din talaga ng presentation, no, inviting dun sa ating mga stakeholders.
Okay.
So, yun po.
Thank you. We have to wrap up kasi there's another... Ma'am, pwede pa ba ng isang tanong? Sige, isang tanong. Sige, sir. Ito.
Good evening. Good evening na pala.
Good evening na. Okay.
So I'm Jesse S. Ondoy. I'm the head of the Policy and Planning Division of the MENRE. Ano lang ako, I would just like to ask anyone from the gentleman at the platform could, provide insights, possible insights. Doon sa RA Act, there is a series or a list of incentives for the private individual or possible investors to invest in RE. Ang unang tanong is, can the BARMM impose incentives other than what was being stated in the RA Act? Diba? Pwede naman siguro sa kanila. And then second, yung issue ng land. If I were to be an investor and I would like to invest on solar farm, for example, alam mo naman, issue on land, medyo RPT, ganon.
Yeah.
So when you use a certain portion of land and it's classified as forest land, ano ba? Do you need to convert it into industrial land?
You have to convert
And then after
it.
you have consummated the use of the land, let's say 30 years, hindi na ganun ka economically feasible and viable yung solar farm, i-convert ulit? Babalik sa forest land?
Hindi. Ako na lang sasagot.
Sige. So kasi may bearing din yan sa, if I were to be an investor, medyo mahal yung babayaran natin sa
Oo.
lupa.
Kung forest land yan, dadaan ka sa DNR.
Oh, dadaan sa amin.
Oo.
That's
Sa
a good
MENRE,
thing.
oo. Tapos, pag na-aprubahan ng LGU at saka ng
Ay,
MENRE.
hindi, dali lang. Do we need to convert it? Kasi by
Yeah,
law.
we need.
No. By the operation of the law, only the Congress, an act of Congress, can reclassify lands that has been already reserved for forest purposes, for forest land. Hindi mo pwedeng i-reclassify yan.
Forest
Only the act
land.
of Congress.
I think lease agreement, flag, di ba?
O kung special land use permit,
Oo.
but it's not a government project because SLUP is only for projects implemented in forest lands by the government. Pero kung private, I think same, hindi pwede. If you were to be a private investor, it's either you apply for usufruct with the government because si forest land siya eh. You cannot touch it until such time an act of Congress would reclassify as it is an industrial land. So yun lang sa akin, but we just set aside that muna, but that's another story. Yung pag-use ba ng land, when you pay real property, if I were to be an investor, pag na-identify siya as industrial land, mahal. Baka that could be one of the reason why medyo masyadong apprehensive yung mga investors kasi mahal yung paggamit ng lupa, tapos hindi masyado ganun yung ka-enticing yung incentives.
You have to weigh it kasi yung cost and benefits. If the no project scenario and with project scenario, if the with project scenario would give the private investor that amount of the IRR or that hurdle rate of return, then it's good to pursue the project given those costs. Parang ano lang siya. Gagawa ka ng scenario analysis sa paggawa mo ng project, i-run mo rin yung financial model mo. Knowledgeable of the taxes that the project will entail, the time that it will take you to change it into a industrial land for you to put up a solar land.
So kasama dun sa benefit cost analysis perhaps. Last one, ma'am. Can in BARMM, being an autonomous government, impose additional incentives other than what was stated in the RA Act?
I have to ask Miss DOE. Miss Miko.
Oh. Kasi we also have our Bangsamoro Board of Investments who are also giving tax incentive holidays to whatever prospective investors that would come in the BARMM.
Yes po. So right now po, lahat po ng RE developers registered with the DOE, they have two options to avail of the incentives. They can choose either renewable energy incentives or the create more incentives. So if your project is located within the national government, you go to Bureau of Investment in the national government. But for BARMM, there's an agreement that if the RE developer chooses renewable energy incentives, you go to BOI, national government. And if they chooses create more, you go to BBOI to avail of the incentives. For the question if you can add impose additional incentives, it must be anchored in a law, into a specific law. So if you don't have any law anchored for the incentives, then it's not legally possible.
But can we enact?
Yes, if we want to propose a new bill.
Yeah, for the parliament to approve, perhaps. Yeah, that's good. Uy, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Miko. Thank you for your questions. Actually, the investor session is very interesting because it puts, it puts money into the plan and makes everybody excited about money and the renewable energy projects at the same time. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you for our audience for your active participation. We really appreciate it. Turn you over to the next part of the program. Thank you, sir.
Before we close the program, we will have a short very quick photo opportunity with all the panelists, including ASEC Navarro, who stayed. Thank you, ASEC. And for all the panelists, let's have just a photo in front. Please po, just very quickly. All the panelists, please. Dito po sa harap. Okay, ASEC, Ma'am Yosh. Yes, who else? Ma'am Miko. Sir, Saludes yan. Okay. Dito po, just for the panel sessions. Okay. So, let's take a photo of all the panelists. Thank you very much. Yes, Sir Elmar, please. Okay. So, ito po ang photo natin. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Good to see you again.
So that ends our one-day session that presented the overview of the Sustainable Energy Master Plan and the next steps for BARMM as it transitions to sustainable energy. Our sincere thanks to our panelists and participants for enriching today's dialogue. So to close this summit, we'll have two closing messages. First, for our first closing message, let us hear it from the ETP UNOPS, Ms. Yoshiko Divilla.
It's me again. So really just wanted to let you know, I have nothing but immense gratitude to everyone who is here today, who has accepted our invitation to the inaugural Bangsamoro Sustainable Energy Summit. As what I said or shared earlier, no, I believe that this summit is not just an event, but it is a strong signal by the Bangsamoro government in terms of sustaining sustainable development within the region. And I'm really excited on the next steps on how we can institutionalize parts of the master plan, or maybe even the master plan as a whole. Allow me to, of course, thank my colleagues, our colleagues from MENRE, DG Nash, Chief Al, everyone else. You've been very supportive to the ATP, and thank you for allowing us to work with you. It has been an enriching journey, at least for me, so I hope you've also learned something. I'd also like to thank our technical partners, our experts from CERG Foundation and CSI Energy Solutions, led by Professor Thierry Lefebvre and Engineer Jessie Todok. They've been very helpful. They've been very kind in sharing all their knowledge and expertise in the energy sector. I'd also like to thank my colleagues from UNOPS, of course, my other colleague, Nikki Ortiz, my fellow country coordinator, and support from the Subatra team, Ms. Crisel Capistrano, and Engineer Rads. Yeah, so I'm really very thankful, and aside from the sincere gratitude, I'd also like to share with you that I am sincerely happy for the Bangsamoro government in this milestone. I hope that we have contributed something to the development, and I hope that this will not be the last opportunity to work with you. And call to action, please, if you haven't met a new person today, reach out to them, reach out to me, reach out to us, and let's talk to each other and continue the discussion. Salamat po.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshiko de Villa. Lastly, from the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources, and Energy, let us welcome on stage Chief Al Montazir Mandong.
Assalamualaikum. Siguro pagod na tayong lahat, no? Kumbaga information overload, so hindi ko na patatagalin ito. The summit is now adjourned.
Thank you very much for those meaningful closing remarks. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources, and Energy, and our partners in this summit, we thank each one of you for your presence, your insights, and your commitment to advancing sustainable energy development in the Bangsamoro. This historic summit wouldn't be a success without your contribution. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and have a safe and meaningful evening.